Okay, Nicole, can you
All
hear
right.
me?
So if everyone could take their seats, we are back from executive session. And thank y'all for your patience. We're on time. It's 6:31. And we do have citizens to be heard next. And if you'd like to come to the podium and state your name and where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes. It could be anything on the agenda or off the agenda. And we have Ms. Chasen here this evening. Good evening and welcome. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I give you
Oh.
2 seconds? Nicole, can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we could.
No, sorry. For whatever reason, something must have happened. She's saying she can't hear me.
We have our, just FYI, those of you in the audience or at home, the first meeting of the month, our attorney is in person, and the second meeting of the month, which is the third Tuesday, she's online. So that's how we do it. And so we're trying to make sure she can hear us before we begin. Thank you, Dr. Caldera.
Not a problem. Nicole, can you hear me? Okay, go ahead and begin. She's going to try to call in.
Okay, all right, we'll do that. All right, so good evening and welcome. Glad you're here. Oh, your microphone needs to be turned on. It needs to be turned on.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Very much.
Okay.
Very good, yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. First off, thank you for a lovely dinner that we had. Congratulations to the staff. My mouth was on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
It was so beautifully decorated.
Mm-hmm.
It really made us feel special, so thank you.
Oh, you bet.
Okay. I come before you today to ask this council to reconsider the termination of the month-to-month agreement ending June 2023 between the City of Leon Valley and Cha-Cha's New Generation Restaurant. Please allow this restaurant to stay. Myself, like many others, have been loyal patrons of both the old Cha-Cha's and this new reinvented Cha-Cha's New Gen. I believe that Cha-Cha's New Gen is well on their way to becoming a crown jewel in Leon Valley's business profile. It will also become more of a destination as the word continues to grow, with the Bandera Corridor becoming more of a reality. This is looking forward to what we, as the city and the council, claim is our future. A now solid business with a bright future, if allowed to stay. This will attract other businesses of equal high caliber to become part of the Leon Valley business landscape. It is worthy to take note that they are a bridge to the understanding of people that have disabilities, as they employ several. Mm-hmm. Their exposure to the public and the public to them helps to remove any uncomfortableness that either group might have or any preconceived notion about the handy-capable. Also, this is a business that is in Leon Valley, owned by someone who resides in Leon Valley, pays taxes in Leon Valley, whose children attend our Leon Valley schools, and who has a real stake in moving Leon Valley forward in a positive direction. Please reconsider your decision and have them vacate the Kimmin House at the end of June. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chasen. We appreciate those comments. All right, anyone else? Yes, sir. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, my name is Mark Bird.
Hi, Mark.
I reside at 6618 North Forest Bend.
Okay.
Recently, code compliance, and I got some neighbors that, who can make everybody happy, that don't appreciate me or whatever, for whatever reason. They keep complaining, is what I'm told, but the anonymous thing, but I know who it is. But the bottom line is, I don't know what to do. Oh, my bad. I don't know what to do anymore. I wanted to build a carport. I was like 3 feet shy of the border on the sidewalk. Then I got one of the tin ones. Well, they're not in compliance either. So I put just a little canopy top up, like from Home Depot. It's temporary. The wind came, tore it up. I bought a new one. I don't want my house to look trashy. I don't have cars. I have a couple of motorcycles. They say I use it for storage or noise ordinance, and like I told him, if I'm too loud, come tell me. I'll turn it down, because sometimes I am loud. I admit that. I moved back here to take care of my mom who died. Now I take care of my dad who's dementia and Alzheimer's has pretty much took over. So the night is when I have me time. I don't want to disturb anybody. I just want to be left alone. You know, I don't know what else to say, really. There's canopy tops all over in my neighborhood and other neighborhoods, and they don't take them down every day and put them up. I was told to take it down every 3 days, which I did on Friday night or Saturday, put it back up on Monday. Monday afternoon, he gave me a ticket and said, well, you didn't comply with what we said. I said it was down all weekend. He goes, we don't work the weekend. Well, you just told me to take it down for 24 hours, and I could put it back up. But he gives me a ticket. It's not my fault. He didn't tell me how to do it during the week. He just told me to take it down. And, you know, I mean, I try to just do my thing. I'm not calling anybody harassing or nothing. I just want, you know, I just want to know why it's me, because it's all over in Leon Valley. You know, 30 minutes, I pulled my car over. Yes, it was half in the grass, half on the driveway. Within 20 minutes, I had a sticker on my window. And my neighbors saw them down there talking about it. They waited till I left, and then they stickered. There's cars all over in my neighborhood that are constantly half and half, or all the way in the grass. And they're still there. So apparently they're not being cited, but I am. And I just getting old.
Okay. Yes, it's 3 minutes.
Yes.
Any suggestions, Dr. Caldera, should he?
I mean, I'm familiar with his particular case. It was submitted as a complaint. Code enforcement goes out. Our code enforcement isn't the type of code enforcement that drives around and issues citations for violations. Excuse me. They go based off of complaints. We don't have enough staff to go around and be proactive in issuing or coding people for violations. And so somebody is reporting you, and if you
I know who the two neighbors are.
they are reporting you, so the code compliance goes out, normally issues warnings, which my understanding is they did do that.
And I
then
did
if you
exactly
don't
what they said, too.
comply, then a citation is normally
I did
issued.
exactly what they
When was
said
the last time you filed for a carport?
a couple years ago.
You might want to try again. Our carport rules have changed.
Mhm.
You can
Yes.
get with Mindy or Melinda, and they go with them and ask them about our carport regulations, because this council
Right.
has alleviated some of those regulations, and you might now be able to get a carport.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's a
thank you.
great idea, because we did change those not too long ago. Okay. All right. If we could silence our cell phones, that would be great. Thank you. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Okay. Seeing no one, we'll move then to agenda item number 5, possible action on issues discussed in executive session. And we do have a motion. And Mr. Hefner, if you'll please present that motion.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I'll make a motion to authorize approval of entry and settlement agreement, cause number 2022-CI-14895, as discussed in executive session, and authorize the mayor to sign such an agreement.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Orozco to authorize the city manager to enter into the settlement agreement with in cause number, I don't have the cause number in front of me. I had it before. There we go. Yeah, in cause number 2022 CI 14895, and authorize the mayor to sign on behalf of the council. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much. Then moving then to presentations, and before we start with presentation 6.1, which is the follow-up from VIA from our April 21st meeting, I would like to request the council, if you have no objection, to after 6.1 we move 10.2, which is the let
The health insurance broker.
Yeah, our health insurance broker, yes, because I know both of the gentlemen are here, and I hate for you to sit through the whole meeting, so we want to accommodate your schedule. So if there's no objection, okay, we'll move after 6.1 to 10.2, and then back to the regular presentation. So let me read that, please. 6.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action on VIA ridership and MTA .005 of sales tax, and we have, this was again, a follow-up from our February 21st meeting, and we have Vice President John Gary Herrera here this evening to present with Mr. Marks as well. And I don't know if y'all were here in February, but there were, we had a lot of information, and the council asked for a lot of information back. And so this is a follow-up to answer all of those questions and then any other questions that the council may have. So thank you and welcome. We're glad you're here.
Mayor, Council, thank you again for allowing us the opportunity. We definitely want to take these opportunities, to share information and talk and have conversations with our partners, and that's what we absolutely believe. Leon Valley is a partner, has been from the very beginning. We're celebrating 45 years as an agency, created 45 years ago with Leon Valley along with us at that election 45 years ago. With that said, out of the sake of time, and our respect to your time, what you have as the rest of your agenda, what I will go through is just some of the new stuff that we didn't cover last time, and just at a real high level. And then, of course, if I think we provided this presentation a week ago, so if there was going to be some questions that y'all may have for the sake of time.
Exactly.
But I'll run through this really quickly. One of the things that I know I communicated incorrectly at the last meeting was a number about ViaTrans, and it's a number about ViaTrans, and this is our service that is particularly geared towards those that are mobility impaired, and you'd have to register for it. I misspoke when I said 31,000 trips was for the entire system. That's 31,000 trips just in Leon Valley. So that makes a big difference in terms of then what that breaks into cost per trip. That's actually about a $23.91 cost per trip. We have up there a subsidy for that is $21.57, because that's the difference between what we collect from the passenger versus what is the cost of the trip itself. So that, I believe at the last number, if we were using 31,000 for the entire system, that number was actually going to be closer to $2,500. I'm glad to say I'm here today to correct that, and no, it's $23.91. Makes a lot more sense. I apologize for that misstatement there. That was on me. This stays the same in terms of the transit investment and benefit to Leon Valley. Kind of the bottom line is how much service are you receiving from VIA and how much service is being paid for. $491,840 is a subsidy coming from somewhere else in this VIA system to come cover the activity and the resources that are being delivered to Leon Valley and its residents, both for fixed service and for ViaTrans patrons here. So it's a very, as I said at our last meeting, Leon Valley, the great news is it's very transit rich, has a lot of activity here and has a lot of service here. And this is a result of that, because there is actually $491,000 of costs that we bring to Leon Valley to help cover that activity. So that's a great sign to see. We were asked to also bring back, as examples of the impact that it has on the business community, in particular also maybe on the economy. We gave destinations with 85 or more average pickups or drop-offs per year. This is now just for ViaTrans. And we listed some of those businesses here in Leon Valley that are seeing the activity. One that obviously stands out is exclusive adult daycare. That's 10,517 trips on average trips per year. Very active use of that. And then every business that's above 85 in that utilization is listed on this one. This is, of course, a new slide from the last time we were here in April. We also broke that down also into kind of the business corridor and the activity again on ViaTrans on the business corridors here in Leon Valley and the activity that you're seeing along that. And one of the pieces that we're bringing into this slide is actual calculation in terms of the financial obligation as of February 7th. Should the citizens elect not to be part of the VIA system any longer, the city would be financially responsible or have obligation to VIA to pay back $2.743 million. This is a state law that has been established for many, many years, but we would need to get that paid off before that tax would become available. That was a new number. We didn't have that number in the last presentation, Mayor and Council. And I think that's it.
Okay, very good, thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilor Stevens.
Yeah, so thank you for the information. I'm glad to see the correction. As you probably understand, when we did the math, seeing that Via Trans costs are $3,000 per ride, we're like, you can buy an ambulance ride for that.
Y'all jumping out of y'all's chair was justified, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so I think that alleviates that, and obviously Via Trans is used a lot more than the percentage that we originally thought. I did have a question, and so like regarding the city of San Antonio, when they have a special event like a certain UTSA football game, for example, at the Alamo Dome, I don't know, maybe some fiesta events, large events where there's tens of thousands of people, y'all often provide like a shuttle type of service from, you know, strategic locations around town where people can park, and then you take them to that final destination. I was wondering, just on behalf of the citizens, would you be able to commit to, for the city of Leon Valley, providing like up to 2 VIA buses, up to 2 events per year for us to use for our own use? And one of those would be July 4th, which is when we actually we generally have contracted with shuttles. And so I'm just curious if maybe you could commit to that.
We can absolutely talk about that, because what we can also offer assistance to is even on the transportation opportunity. It sounds like for the special events that you have here in Leon Valley, to help transport folks maybe from the parking lot over to the event itself, or vice versa. We have bigger, examples of that when we do the Alamo Dome, and when we do Fiesta, for example. We are activating Crossroads Mall. You can go park there for free and then take the service in for $1.30 one way, or $2.60 as a round trip. We could look at some flexibility to do that here in Leon Valley. It may not be with the actual vehicle itself, but we have actual bus, but there might be some other options that we could do to help underwrite those costs for that transportation. We just need to get a sense of size and scope and what y'all are looking at, and figure out how we can go cover that, because that's a transportation opportunity that we'd love to participate with you in.
Yeah, cool. So so I'd like to see.
I'm sorry, that's 2 times a year?
Yeah, so and specifically, I was going to ask you, like, up to 2 times per year. We would only need it once right now, but things might change for up to 8 hours with up to 2 buses, or up to 2 vehicles that could transport, 15 to 20 people.
We'd love to have that conversation with you, Counselor.
Okay. And then, so I think that kind of answers all of my questions. I do want to address in general, like, I thought, I kind of went back and watched this agenda item on the recording, and I think it was interesting because it seemed like there was a lot of fear mongering that went on prior to our conversation, and this agenda item even being added, that like we were going to all of a sudden cease to end VIA. And I think what we were trying to do is, in this, to the citizens, to check to see how we can get more value for all of our citizens out of VIA, and then just to hold you accountable and make sure that we're getting bang for our buck. I appreciate the numbers. I think even, the council was, even on Saturday, one of the council members had talked about how how it would take 6 to 7 years to pay off our debt, and now we know that it's less than 2 years if we were to end. Although I think at this point, obviously, it makes more sense to keep VIA than not. But I would like to see if we can pursue those conversations, and even as soon as this July 4th, that would be great to see some type of partnership.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. That's interesting that you brought it up, because John Gary and I just had a conversation, I think it was like 2 days before Earthwise, and we were like, oh no, we need transportation for Earthwise. And I called you up and I said, John, can you give us a couple of vans? And you were like, but Mayor, it's like 2 days before the event. And I'm like, oh, okay. But, you know, we started
But if we could
to
plan ahead,
broach that
absolutely.
subject, and I think that that's an excellent point, because we don't need a huge bus. We just need
No.
these little vans to carry people. So that would be great. And I do want to read a letter that I received over the weekend, and I asked Ms. Posley if she got the citizens to be heard, and she said no, but there could be something wrong with our system. So I'd like to just read this, because this is from a citizen, and I think this may reflect others' opinions as well. Mayor, excuse me, I beseech you not to end service with VIA. I have only that method of transportation to go to my VA appointments and attend my DAV meetings each month, as well as go to Fort Sam Houston and Lackland for medical care. And as it is, I can't use VIA Trans to go to Universal City, Live Oak, Schertz, or Windcrest, because they don't have VIA. Whoever thought of this needs to think of the ramifications on the disabled people in the community, and I also use this service to attend church. The thought of losing what little independence I have is stressful. I need to have some means of transportation to go to my medical appointments. Losing this would leave me unable to continue my required care. I can't use the bus service as I am disabled, thus VIA Trans is a necessity. I have no other option for transportation purposes. Respectfully, Ann MC Gayer. So I just wanted to read that, because I thought it touched me. So thank you. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Orozco.
I want to thank you so much for this presentation, and I want to thank Councilor Hefner and Stevens. I actually learned a lot, and the numbers started to be concerned until you brought this up. And we try to have a checks and balances as we go on, and I thank you so much for bringing this up. I worked at the Department of Veteran Affairs, and I was in charge of the travel department, transportation, and not all the veterans that were being seen at the hospital were eligible to be transported by the VA, and VIA stepped in.
Okay.
And I want to thank you, as a veteran, I want to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And of course, veterans ride for free on VIA Trans.
Right. Yes.
There you go. That's even better. It's just $2 one way on VIA Trans too, so it's a very economical. Councilor Martinez.
Thank you for your presentation and revising the numbers. So I'd like to make a motion that we table this item indefinitely.
Second.
Okay. Let me go ahead and repeat the motion, and then we'll have further discussion. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Orozco to table this agenda item indefinitely. Any further discussion? Councilor Stevens, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that our job to the taxpayers is to oversee anything that we're paying $1.7 million annually out of, and I think it's a bad precedent to try to table an accountability mechanism that this council can further potentially utilize or even expand, such as our service on July 4th or on Earthwise Living or on Jazz Fest. And I think it's kind of silly to try to table this as if we're just going to like not hold them accountable anymore. Because again, this is $1.7 million a year that goes to VIA, and I think it's our job to make sure that the services continue to be provided. And if there are citizen complaints, that we address those complaints. Although I don't hear any complaints right now, but nonetheless, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Hefner.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the updated numbers. Appreciate it. Answered a lot of my questions. And I'll echo Mr. Orozco's comments around, this is part of our job, right? Our responsibility is to do this due diligence for our citizens, for our community. I'll agree with Mr. Stevens on the point of, I think we want to have an ongoing conversation about how we can make sure that we're keeping up with the times, keeping up with the needs of our community, making sure that the services that we've had in there for 45 years remain relevant to our community. So I think the point's well taken about not necessarily tabling this, and I'm sure that wasn't Mr. Martinez's intent to simply just like, hey, make it go away. But I think that we need to have an ongoing conversation between VIA, the city manager, and this council to make sure that we're continuing to meet the needs, especially of those special events and times where we have high demand, ways that we can use mass transit to help alleviate those things in times when we have, dense areas, especially around 4th of July and other events. So I don't know, give Mr. Martinez an opportunity to amend his motion or anything like that, but
Okay.
that would be my opinion.
All right, I will do that. Mr. Martinez, did you want to amend your motion?
Remove indefinitely, because all it takes is a year from now, two councilors can bring it up again. So it can be brought up at any time if something happens in the future. So I can just remove the word indefinitely.
You
from my
also
motion.
don't have to take action on.
We don't have to
item.
take action, yeah. We just were getting updated information, so, and at any time, any two counselors can put it back on the agenda, so,
Yeah.
yes.
I think it's an
Councilor
excellent
Roscoe.
idea. I understand the concerns, but also know that, or at least trust that VS is going to act in good faith and continue to.
Oh, they are.
So if you would drop the motion, we'll just go ahead and take no action on it. And I think that would please everybody in city council and in VIA.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, and you'll withdraw your second?
I'll take
Mayor,
that
Okay.
second.
Mayor, I'll commit for our agency as well. All it takes is a phone call from you to
That's
say,
right.
hey, can you come talk to us?
You bet.
We'll be here.
You bet.
Yes, sir.
Thank
And
you,
I
I
believe you'll
appreciate
do
it.
that, sir.
And just FYI, we got probably about a 75-page audit from VIA. And, when you have an audit, you get all of the information that you ever wanted to know about VIA and then some. But I love it because you get all those tables, and so we know how many administrative staff you have and bus drivers and what the demographics are. So, but thank you. I mean, it's,
Absolutely.
we appreciate
that
that. You
information is on our
overloaded
website
us.
as well for
Okay,
public
very
consumption.
good.
Absolutely.
All righty, thank you. Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Do appreciate it. All right, so no action this evening, and we'll keep that dialogue going, and we'll follow back up with you on the 4th of July. All righty, you bet. Thank you so much, Mr. Hura. Thank you, Mr. Marks, and happy Fiesta. Yes. Viva Fiesta. All righty. Then next, as per our discussion earlier, we are going to move 10.2 up. Let me read that agenda item, please. It's under the irregular agenda, 10.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on selection of an insurance agent of record and authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the selected agent. And we have Lisa Hernandez, our Human Resources Director, here to present. Good evening, Lisa, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor,
You
City
bet.
Council. I'm here today to ask you to select an authorized agent for insurance broker from the top 2 rated firms, and to also authorize the city manager to go into contract with the selected firm of your choice. So the options are Gallagher Benefit Services and McGriff Employee Benefits Solutions. A selection of an insurance agent will authorize the agent to commence negotiations of employees' group health insurance plans, as well as coverage options with carriers, and proposing the best options to the city. Normal practice and best practices is that we go out for RFP for insurance broker or insurance agent of record at least every 3 to 5 years. The seeking of requests regularly ensures the city is acting physically responsibly, respective to the welfare of the city employees and their families. It also ensures that the city is evaluating the qualifications and experiences of the submitted agents, and to ensure their capabilities are offered meet the city's expectations. The last RFP that we went out for was back in July 2018, at which the City Council had awarded that contract to Gallagher Benefit Services. We recently just went out for an RFP that ended on March 23rd, 2023. That RFP was solicited for 30 days. We did get 4 responses back from SWBC Employee Benefits Group, Walker Brokers, McGriff Employee Benefit Solutions, and Gallagher Benefit Services. The review committee evaluated all the agents' qualifications. The review committee consisted of the assistant police chief, assistant fire chief, assistant public works director, the city secretary, and myself. The scoring criteria did review the fulfillment of the submission requirements. The submission requirements consisted of the statement of qualified consulted services, the staff availability, the past and present client contacts, a completed conflict of interest questionnaire, biography and resumes of the assigned personnel or representatives to the city, and their compensation proposal. The scoring criteria included for the scope of services was the content and knowledge of technical approach, which was also included for the regulatory compliance of Affordable Cares Act, COBRA, and HIPAA. Also rated was the quality and thoroughness of the services proposed, qualifications and experience of the firm, as well as the assigned representatives, the project design, which is the method of open enrollment, price and commission basis, and the location of it, and the availability of the team. Other aspects that were considered were the employee access platforms and portals, customer support and claims assistant operations for employees to use if they need to file a claim, and any past and present reference checks. The average scores for all four of the agents submitted were rated individually between S5. The total score was then averaged from all individual scores. The top two were McGriff Employee Benefit Solutions with 84.6 and Gallagher Benefit Services with 83.4. The physical impact, commissions paid to the insurance agent has no direct impact or financial impact to the city. However, those commissions are paid as part of the health insurance premium fee structure. The commissions can be paid based on percentage of premium or price per employee per month. Gallagher's proposed cost of commission is at 4% on medical or $30.26 per employee per month, and 10% on dental, vision, accident, 15% life and other. McGriff is $30 per employee per month on medical, 10% for dental, vision, life, and 15% for other. Due to the 1-point differential in the scoring average, the selection of either firm was satisfied. The review committee recommends that a presentation or interview with the City Council from the top two firms, being Gallagher Benefit Services and McGriff Employee Benefit Solutions, be presented to Council for a final selection. And that's all we have for that.
Okay, thank you
We
very
have
much.
both firm representatives here with Gallagher and McGriff to conduct their presentation.
Okay, do you,
just
I
pulled
know
up
Matt
the-
Stedman, because he's been with us for a while. He's here, and I'm not sure if you would introduce the representative, Mr. McGriff?
Scott Gibbs with
I'm sorry?
McGriff, and then Ms. Alicia Dominich.
Scott Gibbs, Gibbs? Okay, thank you.
And so I pulled their presentation up first.
Okay,
And so if you all would come to the podium and we can,
and,
So the first one would be,
And-
McGriff, okay.
and it's,
it was the first one.
I'm sorry, Alicia, what is your last name? Alicia Dominich. Okay, Dominich. Okay, very good, thank you. Good evening and welcome, and we appreciate your efforts to respond to the RFP, and we look forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you. If you'll begin, please. Thank
Am I going to
you.
be able to scroll down, or?
Yeah, I will, here, I'll scroll for you. I was trying to hit, there's a slideshow, I thought, provision in here, I just can't find it, so, but go ahead.
I'm flexible either way, okay. Mayor-
Excuse me, yeah, if we could dim the lights, that'd be better. Thank you.
Little mood
Great.
lighting. Mayor, councilors, thank you for having us here today. As we said, my name is Scott Gibbs, Senior Vice President with McGriff, and Alicia Dominich, one of our senior account executives with McGriff. We're here to talk to you today a little bit about kind of what we do and how we do it from an insurance agent of record or benefits consultant standpoint. A little bit about McGriff is we are a wholly owned subsidiary of Truist Financial, which is the bank merger between BB&T and SunTrust. So they're our parent company. The Truist Insurance Holdings, we are the 6th largest brokerage consulting firm in the U.S., 7th in the world, specializing in both risk management, property casualty, and employee benefit consulting. So Alicia and I both work on the employee benefit side, if you want to scroll down. So this is the team for the city. This team all specializes in public entities. John Bass is located here in San Antonio, as well as Alicia. We're right on I-10 and 410, less than 10 minutes away. I run our public entity practice out of Dallas. I'm in San Antonio about probably a week out of every month. San Antonio is a second home for me. I did my graduate work at Trinity, so I'm down here quite a bit and familiar. And then Jordan Nixon is our financial analyst, and then Nicolette Esri is our client service specialist, which she's an internal service person that backs up Alicia to help her get things done. So this team is highly focused on public entities. That's what we do, and we think that that's an important differentiator. And if you'll look, these are some of our other public entities throughout the state. San Antonio, Bexar County has been a client of mine for 20 years, so work hand in hand with those guys. Opportunity Home or San Antonio Housing Authority has actually been a client of mine for 10 years. We actually work with the Northside Independent School District as well. And, you know, going up the I-35 corridor, we have City of Buda, City of Temple. And I think it's important, this is our focus and this is the team's focus. And why I think it's important is because there's a lot of differences between a public entity and a private, you know, company. We know that you guys are constrained by budgets. We also know that you guys are in a recruitment battle for talent, whether it's police and fire or streets. So we understand, you know, what it means to have a valuable employee benefits program that is seen as a value for the employees to help you guys with recruitment and retention. And that's really kind of what we focus on, is really through benchmarking you against our other clients or benchmarking against other entities right here locally. That's what we do on an annual basis, so that we know kind of how your plan is running, what it looks like compared to your neighboring cities, and how effective is it, and do we need to make changes? So, you know, I think that's important because, again, that's the world we live in. That's the world we choose to live in. And so I think that's an important differentiator for us. I think, you know, the next slide, our approach is really, I would like to say it's a consultative approach. So we're going to sit down with you and we're really going to listen to kind of what your needs are. We looked at the RFP in detail, and we looked at the scope of work and kind of the hot points. And really what we would do is come in, you know, as a new relationship and really look at what you currently have a fresh set of new eyes to look at it and see what's out there, compare it against, you know, like groups, do the benchmarking I talked about. And then based on the results that come back is really sit down with the human resources team, with Lisa and her team, and develop a short-term and long-term strategy for the benefit program. You know, compliance was a big issue. We have a great compliance unit. Our attorneys are in-house. We do webinars. We do webinars at least quarterly. A lot of times we do them more often than that, depending on the legislation that is coming out. We have a full suite of compliance support services that your team can access. So in every year, we have a disclosure checklist that Alicia comes out, goes over with the client to make sure you're fully compliant in all areas of, you know, of legality. So, you know, ultimately, the way we approach a client is based on our mission and our promise. And, you know, ultimately our mission is to improve the financial security and well-being of you as a city and your employees, and really hopefully affect change on the community as well. Our promise to you is to listen first, really listen to your needs, and then really invest, you know, invest in your clients, invest in your, you know, your employees. Ultimately, we're going to deliver innovative solutions, because if we don't deliver innovative solutions, the next person is going to do that. We're not doing our job. So we're going to bring creative solutions to the table to kick around with you. And then always we're going to act with integrity, and we do, bless you, and we're going to do what we say we do, you know, ultimately. So the mission and the promise kind of guides us around our service model. I'm going to let Alicia talk a little bit about our service model just here for, you know, for a second.
So I would be your day-to-day contact. I live right here in San Antonio as well. The approach that McGriff likes to take is a white glove approach, right? So we like to gain your understanding of what you're currently offering and echoing Scott's sentiments, benchmark that up against like entities, and then try to really understand what your mission and focus is for the first year, 3 years, and hopefully 5 years, and gain that trust. I am available at any moment. You can contact any of our references. Northside is my client. I've been with them for over a year now, and they pick up the phone whenever they need me. Any claim issues, they call us. And so I think that as we go through the roadmap of onboarding a client, that availability and locality really starts to shine. When something may not go the right way, we try to right that ship right away. I think that white glove holding hand approach is what separates us from most of our competitors, because we are truly invested in the mission of the city. Yeah, that would be my piece as the account manager.
So, ultimately talking about our capabilities, we have a full suite of capabilities. Again, we've talked about kind of the account management side, financial analytics. Jordan and our team will work hand in hand, doing reports, funding analysis on a monthly or quarterly basis, as well as doing benchmarking. We've talked a little bit about compliance. We also have a retirement advisory services division or practice if we need that, benefit administration technology. Pharmacy spend is a large ticket item in today's world. We have a complete pharmacy benefits consulting practice. Clinical wellness, we'll meet you where you are on wellness. If you're just dipping your toe in the water, or if you have a full incentive-based program, we have specialists. Our local people are specialists, and then we have specialists nationally to help with that. I think a key component, too, is our HR advisory. So knowing that a lot of times on groups your size, you're very short-staffed, your HR staff's very short-staffed, we have support, an 800 number that they can call. We also give Think HR or Mineral, which is an online resource that Lisa and her team will have access to, has thousands of resources out there and documents, and then also it's an 800 number manned by retired HR professionals that they can ask questions to. So that's just a value-added service. In addition, communications, we have a communications team. Alicia heads that on your account. She works with that, whether it becomes benefit guides for your employees, enrollment forms, Spanish, English, whether it's Brain Shark videos to put out on your website so that employees can go hit it and actually see it, and then it tell them about your benefits. Those are all included in kind of what we do. So all customized. So I kind of want to skip to the end because I know we were limited to 8 minutes. These slides right here, I just put in here, they're backup to our capability slides that we've talked about. So you can see those. I don't want to go one by one through those, but if you go to the last slide and then we'll finish. But ultimately, why McGriff? And I tell people all the time, a lot of competitors are my friends. I think it comes down to the trust in the service team. It comes down to when the proverbial ox is in the ditch, who do you trust to get that ox out? But more importantly, who do you trust not to let the ox, get in the ditch? And ultimately, I think our strategy, our approach of really looking at your benefit program, aligning it with your objectives and what you're trying to accomplish, and then really the commitment that you have this team's commitment. I can tell you this. John and I don't go away. We're not salespeople that walk away. She probably would like us to walk away more, but for us, it's a team approach, and it's all hands on deck for you guys. And our approach ultimately would be to come in here, look at what you're currently doing, what can we do, what can you do better, and really develop a 3 to 5 year strategy to really help you with the recruitment and retention of the employees that you need. So we're super excited to be here. We would be honored to work with you guys.
Okay, all right. Would y'all like to ask questions now, or you want to wait until after the second presentation? How would y'all like to do that? After you. Yeah. After? Okay, very good. Thank y'all very much for that.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that. All right, and then next we have Matt Stedman with Gallagher. Mr. Stedman, good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Good to be here. Good to see you again. And I've got good news. Everything that was just presented, we also do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And and I mean that in a positive way. Similar firms, very large firms. And what I'm going to show you will be some of the same snapshots as you saw. And my thought tonight is that the good news is you're already with a large firm that has direction and has got you guys in a good spot for recruitment and retention. In fact, over the last 8 to 10 years, we've got a couple times we got flat, we got zeros, and we got a negative, gosh, I think it was 15 one time, and we took advantage of that. And we've tried different things, and we continue to look at it. But the resources are important in order to get there, right? So we're all local, the majority of the team, and we've got the City of San Antonio, City of Castle Hills, City of Bernie. We have over 4,500 different clients that are municipalities. So you're in a good spot. So your team, for example, we talked about compliance. Well, there's the 4,500. Why don't we go to the next slide? So we have 33 benefit attorneys when you're talking about compliance. We've got 42 communication specialists. We've got actuaries in-house, HR and technology specialists. We've got our own pharmacists on staff, wellness consultants. So you've got everything you need in order to compete and get the best deal you can from the carriers. And then this is just a snapshot of your local team. We're right down 410 near Papados. So when you smell the good seafood, we're right next door. Marketing and negotiation, we place over $10 billion of premium each year. And with that comes strategy and planning, RFP management and negotiations. And again, proof's in the pudding. We've been able to deliver really good renewals year over year, in addition to the service, which I'll get to in a minute. And data analytics, this is a huge part of what we've been able to do. So we've got our own in-house underwriters and actuaries, and they do such things as you're going to see here in the next few slides. So financial reporting, we're able to track what's going on within the plan and identify cost drivers and get those costs down during the year, right? You don't wait till renewal. So we continually are looking at what's going on within the plan, which allows us to get the claims in check, and then allows us at renewal to keep those renewals down. Renewal development, we use this in your favor. The carriers, I call them Las Vegas, right? They're the house, and our job is to keep them in check. So we use our renewal development against what the carrier gives us so that we can speak the same language. Next is contribution modeling. And these are all just things that we're doing. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go deep into them, but I just want you to see you have all the capabilities already. You have the size of the firm you need. Network discount analysis, that's in-house, proprietary. The carriers charge different costs for like doctors and hospitals, and we check that out. And then benchmarking, we heard that a lot. We do same thing, all kinds of benchmarking. So if we want to look at like just San Antonio and surrounding, we can do that. Obviously, we've had the city for, I think, 10 years as an example. You want to do Texas. And I think it's important because you got to look where are you recruiting individuals, right? Because that's what you want to benchmark against. So we have the capability to do that. Service approach, in addition to the team locally, you also get 40 different advocates, 16 years experience, bilingual, et cetera. So in addition to us boots on the ground, we're backed up with a communication center and a call center. And then targeted and communication, wallet cards, mobile apps, total comp statements. So the communications, you have that covered as well. And then regulatory and compliance, 30 dedicated professionals, over 20 attorneys. And similar to what McGriff was saying, they're all in-house, right? They all get the same check. And that's important because we get to direct what they work on, if you will. Well-being, same. We've got wellness professionals that help us. So we can tell you what other cities are doing, what's working, what's not working, and help you design the program you need. And we've had various programs throughout the years. Some have been more successful than others, so we kind of know what the employees respond to and what they don't respond to. So we've already kind of got that dialed in. And then finally, we're looking at the pharmacy practice, and that is correct. The pharmacy costs have gone through the roof, and we've been able to pull some of those back throughout the years. And again, that all of these things come into play when you're looking at renewals and keeping the costs down. And then finally, just that last long-term strategy and path, it's the same idea, right? You know, we're looking at this strategically. Where do you want to go? How do we get you there? And then wrapping up with why Gallagher, just again, proof's in the pudding. We've delivered and we're going to continue to deliver for you guys. National strength, local service, comprehensive in-house support, and benefits administration, best-in-class communications. Everything you need, you've already got. So
Okay.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. All right. So, yes,
I just
Dr.
wanted-
Caldera, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to give a little bit of context.
Please do.
Part of the
Would you like to go to the podium? Yes. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So part of the selection process, as illustrated in the RFP, was interview and presentation. And so we made a decision to handle this particular RFP like we did with the city attorney. And when we got to this point, since it's a 1-point difference, we decided to have them give the presentation to y'all, since y'all would be the deciding factor, since it was only a 1-point difference. So I just wanted y'all to understand why y'all are seeing this evening, why we brought them forth to y'all this evening, and so y'all can make a final decision.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. All right. Does anyone have any questions for the either one of the applicants? Yes. Councilor Stevens.
I just have a quick question on the fiscal side. So Gallagher, I see McGriff's. Gallagher, it's 4% on medical or $30.26 per employee per month. Is it whichever is less out of those two? Or do we choose? Oh, sure. Yeah.
Would you come to the podium, please, Matt? Because we are recording this for the people at home. Yes. Thank you.
No worries. The way Blue Cross does it, these are little, they're at or below typical standard rates. So we just showed you what Blue Cross is. So it's right now at like $30 PEPM, and I think it was like 32 cents, which, you know, we have no problem waiving that. Basically, I think the costs are basically the same between the two when I saw it up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there it is. So if and I don't know how that works.
Yeah,
you know.
so just so we understand, the health, because we've been with Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, and Humana over the years, depending on who gives us the best rate for a similar plan that the city is looking for. The insurance carrier provides the commission rate. We've also done plans where we didn't have an insurance broker at all. I would do the negotiations and move forward, but then you don't get some of the added benefits of being part of the larger organizations when they go out for, you know, our rates. Sometimes our cost utilization aren't favorable to the city, and so the insurance broker are more successful when they have other programs in place that they can help negotiate a stabilized rate. But each insurance company, and depending on the plan you select, like we have also an HSA plan we have as well, offer different rates for different programs. They're giving you the base rate for what we currently have, which is Blue Cross Blue Shield for the current plan we have. So on average, it's 4% commission that we don't pay, the insurance company pays to the broker, or a flat fee of $30 per employee.
Yeah, so it's basically $30.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in other words, I put it both ways because I didn't know how y'all wanted to see it, but
Right.
Blue Cross converts it over to a PEPM.
Yeah, I was just making sure because I didn't know, and
Kind of a weird
we like
number.
to compare apples to apples.
Yeah, well, we wanted 26 cents more. Just no, it's
I see.
$30. From what I can see, really, the pricing's basically the same. Yeah.
Okay. And Dr. Caldera, the city provides the health insurance, and do we also provide dental and vision and life?
So the city covers at 100% for the base plan only.
Right.
For health, dental, and life insurance.
Okay.
We also offer additional plans if you want to participate. They're small, I say small fee, but there's a fee associated with that. You have a buy-up medical plan, which lowers the deductible. You also have an HSA plan, and then you also have a vision plan. We also offer supplements with Allstate to include cancer and accident coverage, and the employees can utilize those as well. But our insurance broker manages all of the supplemental insurances as well as our base insurances.
Okay. All right. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
What about family?
What do you mean family? All of them.
Dependents.
Yes, so we have, all of our plans have dependent care coverage. So you have family coverage, child, just employee child, or employee spouse on all of your coverage.
And the employee pays that
The
fully?
employee pays all dependent care coverage. We only cover the full-time employee.
Thank you.
Okay. Didn't we talk about last year adding a medical savings
We did, so we have an HSA plan.
HSA, and has that been utilized by any
Nobody
of our?
participated in it.
Nobody
this year.
participated. Okay, because I remember that was
And
something
we really
added.
tried to pitch it, and we went through a lot of work to set up the accounts, to get all the paperwork together. We really wanted to see how it worked, so we thought we'd get a small sample of individuals that would participate. Stacy was our rep, and she came in, and I think she did a pretty good job of explaining the benefits of an HSA plan. Our employees just like what they like, and they stayed on the base coverage plan.
Okay, I agree. I had a question for Mr. Gibbs. You had said that you approach Leon Valley, you would have a creative solution. Now, can you give me an example of what, as you look in with new eyes, what creative solution would that be? Number one. And number two, I know we can't compare apples to apples, but like you've represented Bexar County, so what is their increase in health insurance been over the last 3 years?
Their increase in health insurance over the last 3 years has been roughly 3.5% to 4%.
Okay.
So well under market trend.
Okay.
And when it comes to innovative solutions, it really comes
just
down
an example.
to look. Yeah. So an example would be looking at currently, talking about network discounts, but also talking about high performance networks. Looking at your plan to see if it makes sense to move to a tighter network. Also to look at your plan and potentially look to see if maybe there needs to be a copay only plan or a copay plan where you limit the number of copays to lower the cost. Those are just things. And again, also looking at the pharmacy, looking at potentially maybe a high performance formulary. A lot of times that'll cut out maybe one of the larger pharmacies, but you can get about a 15 to 17% cost savings, on that spend. So again, those are things. I mean, at your size, you're limited a little bit in what you can do. But those are all things that we would come in and look at with just a fresh set of eyes and go from there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone else got any questions?
Can I
yes,
see
Councilor
the scoring sheet
Orozco.
again, please?
Mm-hmm.
They were both excellent presentations, and the staff that did the evaluation did an excellent job. And even though Gallagher has been here for decades, McGriff still had a tendency to beat him on the score.
Now,
If for some reason or other, Doctor, Gallagher has all our information. If for some reason or other we go with McGriff, how difficult would the transition be to go with them, since Gallagher already has all our information, and how difficult would it be to do that?
So currently, we're in the middle of getting our insurance rates because of the way our budget operates. My recommendation would be to council if they would like to choose to switch companies for it not to be effective until next year, because we're in the middle of getting our rates for this year. Now, I will say, in speaking with, I tried really hard because I've worked with Gallagher Benefit Services because I was HR director for a very extended period of time. So I really did stay out of this process. I didn't get involved in the ratings. I didn't look at the RFP. I didn't go meet with the staff. I didn't call anybody, talk to anybody, meet with anybody, or any of that. So I stayed out of it. But in conversations with the staff, after the score sheets came out, they really wanted to participate in the presentation and interview process, because part of that is taking a look at their previous history. And so that's why I wanted them to come to y'all, because I have a feeling during the interview and presentation, because most of the staff on this team have dealt with Gallagher, I think it would have flipped on the presentation side. And so I wanted to make sure we had a partial decision from the council and hearing both sides and making that determination. Because all of the staff on the team, because we're so small, have a direct relationship with Gallagher Benefit Services, with the exception of Lisa, who's fairly new. And so that's why I thought it would be better for y'all to take a look at their presentations and make a fair decision versus us who've had that relationship with Gallagher for the last 10 years.
And I believe in also fresh eyes coming in and changing things around. And I believe when you're new, you try harder compared to those who've already been there. So I'm not putting in a motion or anything, but my vote will be with McGriff.
Okay, all right. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Let's see, I lost my train of thought. Now, if we were to switch, I would prefer to do it this fiscal year instead of next year.
So we're in the process.
Well,
of,
that's beside the point. That can be changed.
It can't be. We're in the middle of getting our insurance rate. They're already in negotiations, so we got to pay them for what they're already in negotiations with us for our insurance rates, and so we normally get the numbers to Vicki like coming now. We get our first round of where we're sitting in our utilization currently, and so if that's the will of the council, I'm fine with it. To me, it's P's and Q's when you come to an insurance broker. I will say, Gallagher Benefit Services, for the last 3 years, you have not had an increase in your health insurance.
That's why I asked that question. Yeah.
That is zero increase, zero increase in your health insurance. And so for me, and that's why I didn't get involved, because I didn't want to sway any of these numbers, but that is a heavy factor for me because our cost utilization flips. You have a very small pool of employees. One cancer patient flips your cost utilization, and Blue Cross Blue Shield or any of the insurance providers want to make at minimum of a 30% profit off of the entity that they're doing business with. Even with us flipping, we've been able to maintain rates. And that may have to do with being with a large firm. McGriff is also a large firm, and so they may be able to provide the same type of service. I don't know. But that's where we're standing right now, it's just that you're picking basically similar, you're just picking between the same thing. It's not, we just have a relationship with Gallagher and know how they operate, so there's some comfortability there. But I don't think it's going to impact your benefits or what you're paying by much with either firm you're picking.
Okay, I'd like to hear from both companies. If we were to switch, how would it affect the rates?
It doesn't really.
I'm sure Matt does a great job. We do a great job. We have a relationship with Blue Cross. They have a relationship with Blue Cross. So, I can't tell you that I'm going to beat Matt's rates, and if Matt tells you he's going to beat my rates, it's not the case, because we both have a large book of business with Blue Cross. We would both be aggressive as anybody would. I'm not going to stand up here and lie to you guys and say, but it's the truth. Blue Cross, to Dr. Caldera's point, it's about keeping them in check, making sure, looking at the renewal workup, making sure it's a fair renewal. And so they're going to do things, I would think we're going to do things similar to the way they're going to do things. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Stedman.
No, it's a good question, and the firms are similar, right? They're both big firms, and if I were to look at the 4 that came in, I would want you to go with us, or they did a good job. The committee did a real good job. It really comes down to the ability to control costs no matter what the claims are, right? And we've had bad claims years, and we've delivered. And I understand that there's value. It always, let's try something different. We have tried many new things, and we'll continue to. But even in difficult claims years, we've delivered zeros, which is very hard to do in this environment. So I think we're going to do a lot of the same things. We're going to bring a lot of leverage, against like a Blue Cross or like Humana's not even in the market anymore. So you need to stay with big firms, right? So again, I would just point to the historical that we will continue to deliver, and sometimes new is not necessarily good,
Okay, thank you. All right, that was the reason I had asked you the question about 4%, because, I mean, I've been here long enough. Matt's kept it at 0 for I don't know how long, and we did have one big high year, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, but it's come down every year. But anyway, thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Hefner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
You bet.
First of all, I want to applaud city staff for the diligence in going through this. I think the way this RFP was presented, the way that it was scored, the way that it was evaluated, the way that we've had these presentations, definitely the right way in terms of how we need to pursue doing RFPs in the future. Generally, when we think about the cost to switch a provider, right? There's a switching cost involved, and in order to pursue someone other than the incumbent, there really needs to be a value proposition. And you know, if all else is equal, right? Ceteris paribus, we come to this and say, you know, these two firms are essentially equivalent. Working relationships, back-end systems, coding, you know, all the other things that need to go into place. You know, I would lean towards the incumbent unless there is a compelling argument to be made, right? When we looked at the Vannis towing item, right, and we all talked about the issues with that RFP, there was a clear difference in the materials presented around cost. You know, one cost was 50% of the other. That's not the case here. These are essentially equal. And so given that, thinking about the burden that would fall on, you know, city staff and the additional labor cost that's involved that's kind of hidden outside of this, I would lean towards the incumbent with Gallagher. Not to disagree with my colleague, but I think there's value too in keeping a fresh crop and keeping, you know, making sure there's fair competition in these kinds of things. But I think this competition was done well. I think the analysis was done well, and all else equal, I would stick with the incumbent.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilor Stevens.
Yeah, I would completely concur with that. It seems like all else is equal. It sounds like we've been very pleased with our service over the past few years. I would prefer that I don't know if we talked about contract length, but I would prefer to go with the least, like 3 years versus 5.
I used to go out every other year. New best practices, because it does disrupt the employees. The employees get very used to their rep, right? Like they call for claim issues. They don't understand why they owe the hospital this when it's saying this coverage. And so they've become they just pick up the phone and they call Stacy is our person at Gallagher. And so when we left Blue Cross and went to Aetna, or we left Blue Cross, it is a complete disruption to the staff. And when we change insurance brokers, because I've been here through no insurance broker, the broker before we had it is a very big disruption to the staff. And so we have stayed with Gallagher for over 10 years, partly because of the employees becoming accustomed to their program and because of their performance. And so
now Gallagher does evaluate between the carriers.
Yes. So any carrier that's out there for any of our services that we provide their employees, we always check with Blue Cross Blue Shield first to look at our renewal and what the renewal rate's going to come in. If there's no increase, and we'll check with Humana, like you said, isn't in the game anymore, but United Health and Aetna, and normally because they're new insurance providers, their rates aren't coming in to where we're at because of our cost. We have a high claim. You have a high claim utilization with your staff. I'll just put it to you in those terms. And so those rates normally don't come back as favorable. Blue Cross Blue Shield, because we have a long-standing history with them, they're able to balance good years and bad years with us and kind of wash us out a little bit.
Cool. I mean, I just think you don't ever want to tell Blue Cross Blue Shield, we're always going to go with Blue Cross, because you want that leverage. I think that's what their point. Yeah. So that being said, I don't think we want to publicly announce that we like Blue Cross Blue Shield. We should say we tolerate them, you know.
Tolerate any insurance. No, I mean, it's not just that, but we were with Aetna. We were perfectly fine with Aetna. We were with them for 2 years. We were with Humana for 2 years. 3 years, actually. So we've switched, since we've been with Gallagher, we've switched insurance carriers just to keep the rate that the city pays
Right.
for equivalent type benefit with the service. So we've gone back and forth, and I will tell you, in the past with brokers, they have relationships with specific carriers and will push. We were with Mullen Group for a while, and they would push a certain carrier and only wanted us to be with that carrier because they got a higher commission percentage with that carrier. And so you don't get that with with either of these firms because they're large enough firms and they do business with all the carriers. You're not getting them pushing, and then their reps aren't getting paid commission based, they're getting paid salary, and so your rep isn't trying to sell you on a higher plan because they're not commission based. So they both operate very, very similarly.
Cool. So, yeah, I would stick with what I said. I would be more comfortable with a 3-year. I'd say hopefully you do very well for the next 3 years, and it'll make that point, it'll make it easier for the council. But I feel like if we've had good service, there's no compelling, overwhelming reason to switch on the on our HR staff, on the employees. It just makes more sense to go with what we have.
Mr. Martinez? Okay, no comments. Okay. Anything else? All right.
Can I get a motion?
Do we have a motion, please? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we proceed with Gallagher.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Stephen to approve Gallagher as our insurance agent of record for the next 3 years.
I'm gonna do 3.
3 years. Any further discussion?
Well, could we add an automatic extension if everything's going?
I don't do automatic renewals.
Because you want competitive bids.
I mean, Gallagher will tell you, this is, I don't know, the 4th time y'all have done. I go out all the time, when I was HR, because I believe in contracts should be renewed more frequently. And so I think it's just a good practice.
All right. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion does carry three ayes and 1 nay. All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate your being here this evening. Thank you. And we look forward to our relationship with Gallagher. Thank you. You bet.
And McGriff, make sure you
And
come back
McGriff,
in 3 years.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you mean on the insurance? Oh, you got to raise your hand because it's, I'll.
Would you like to just make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead and make a comment for the record. But listen, I used to always say any citizens, but just if everybody can speak at any agenda item, just raise your hand real big and tall, and I'll call you up. Okay? Thank you.
So I'm Philip Campos.
Yes.
Castle Estates. As you may know, or the citizens may know, I'm the contracting director for SAWS. Insurance of record is a very difficult selection process. And I've got to commend the staff for their way that they've handled this. It was just a great process in the way they handled it, the way they evaluated it, but most importantly, the way they explained it. Okay? Both firms are great firms. I know both firms. I don't know the representatives, but I know that these are great firms. So I applaud you on the decision and the thought process that went in for the council.
Very good,
So
yeah. Thank you, staff. Really appreciate your efforts as well. All right. So then we're going to go back to the presentations under number 6.2, presentation, discussion, and direction to staff on possible household hazardous waste disposal program. And we have Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor
How are
and
you?
Council. I'm great. Thank you.
Good, great.
So this is a question for y'all, direction for us to consider some solutions for removal of public and private household hazardous waste. We've got some options. We can partner with San Antonio River Authority for a one-time event. We could wait for a possible grant from Alamo Area Council of Governments. They do that once a year. Or we could advertise requests for proposals from household hazardous waste disposal companies. And then since the time that I created this slideshow to now, we actually were talking to a waste company about removal of homeless camp waste. And that person said, oh, by the way, we do household hazardous waste as well. So it was a private firm. And she's supposed to be getting me a quote, but I didn't have it for this evening.
Sure.
So there's that also, that
Okay.
other option. So citizens have been asking for a place to
Want me to
dispose of their household hazardous waste.
Okay, excuse me. I'm sorry. Mr. Hefner had wanted to ask you a question.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt you. was there any conversation with CPS? I know that when the citizen brought this to our attention a few weeks ago, CPS was mentioned in terms of what program they offer in broader Bexar County and City of San Antonio, to just add a fee onto people's utility bill and have that availability to go down to the Calabro dump.
That is an option y'all could request, is that we negotiate a price with CPS. I do know that when we switched to waste companies, regular solid waste, in the past we had sent out a survey to the citizens asking them what kind of service they wanted. For this last time we did it, we did not send out that survey, and I think that caused a lot of frustration for the citizens that they didn't get an input into having an extra fee put on them. So if y'all do choose that route, I would suggest that you sent a survey to the citizens saying, hey, would you pay an extra fee if you had that option?
In terms of options when considering this, I think that's another good one to add to the list.
And I would just add that we have our office is in City of San Antonio. It's $1.73 a month for CPS Energy environmental fee. That's what you pay in order to use that facility on Calabro Road. I think that's awfully reasonable.
Well,
but
then you got to look at most of the requests for household hazardous waste removal. It's a citizen having a one time a year, or they're doing their spring cleaning.
But
and
still,
so
$1.73 times 12. I mean, that's less than 20. Oh, on our bill, it was $1.73 because I reported it to Crystal.
Not everybody utilizes it.
Yeah,
so they're
that's
getting
true.
that fee from every San
That's
Antonio
true.
resident,
Okay.
and maybe 5% of individuals actually
But-
go drop off items. It's
something to explore.
Yeah, but I agree with you,
Absolutely.
Melinda. We do need to ask the citizens if they'd be willing to pay an extra fee. You
and we
bet.
did reach out to CPS Energy, but because we don't own that dump site, they don't assess the fee. It was something they worked out with the city of San Antonio.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's quite all right.
Yeah.
So Bexar County used to offer the service free to suburban cities through the grant that they receive. And normally the money would run out in July, and then nobody could take after July. And that's why I'm saying there's not a lot of people that use the service, because I would get maybe 1 or 2 questions from July all the way around to where they got the grant again. It wasn't like there was a whole bunch of citizens saying, hey, what happened to this? Anyway, the county no longer accepts household hazardous waste from suburban cities, only from their unincorporated areas. And I think that to further what we're trying to do, we should try and provide some kind of service to our citizens. San Antonio River Authority has offered to assist in holding a one-day event. They pay $15,000 or 1/3 of the cost of the event, whichever is lower. The last event they had was in Wilson County, and it cost over $40,000 total. But they accepted e-waste and other non-disposables along with the household hazardous waste. And he said he had about 429 vehicles coming through their line. They contract with Heritage Waste Solutions for that disposal. We would provide the space, the advertisement, and then the contractor would take care of the rest. The contractors have to notify TCEQ 45 days prior to the event. So it's not like we can go out tomorrow and hold one next week. We would have to go through some hoops. We could also ask Tiger Sanitation to help sponsor the event. This would require a budget adjustment from the general fund.
Melinda, I had a question on that. I thought in our Tiger contract, don't we have a little paragraph about hazardous waste?
They help coordinate.
They help coordinate. Okay, I couldn't find my
sponsor,
contract today.
They help coordinate an event. However, they're having the same problem. There's not a lot of contractors that hold
Okay.
household hazardous waste, but they said they would go out there and be of help, but they're not paying for donating or doing anything.
Okay, so,
They would send their staff to the event to man the event.
okay, so, but based on your scenario that you had up there, that we'd pay, what was it, 40 minus, we'd
I
pay,
don't think
we'd
that
pay
ours would cost
25,000?
40. I mean,
Okay.
they did all of Wilson County. And so
Okay.
I don't know what the population is of Wilson County, but I'm sure it's higher than Leon
sure.
Valley. So I think that would be lower than 40,000.
Okay, but we'd pay the difference. They'd still pay the
Yes.
first 15,000 or 1/3 of the cost of the event. We would, our responsibility
The
would be
rest.
the balance. Okay, thank you.
So the Alamo Area Council of Governments does have a grant program that includes household hazardous waste program. It comes up in the fall time frame. There's no guarantee we'd get it, but we've gotten grants from them before. We got a $30,000 chipper. So no matching funds are required, but you get higher points if you do. The long-term solution is to advertise RFPs from household hazardous waste companies and just pay each year until we find a solid waste company that would provide that along with the garbage service. That will increase the cost to our solid waste customers. San Antonio River Authority is they sent me a template for a request for proposal, so we have that. So we don't know how much it's going to cost. I think you should plan between $20,000 and $30,000 if you were going to take one of those other options, and then hold an event and see where we're at.
Okay.
But it's totally up to the council.
Okay, I think it was about a month ago, was that when that was, Crystal? We sent a letter to Commissioner Justin Rodriguez to see if the county would amend their household hazardous waste policy to include the suburban cities again, and we haven't heard back, but we said we'd follow up with them and see if that's an option. But again, it's not going to happen overnight, but okay. Any other ideas?
I'll have to tell you, David Dimmeline is really good at getting grants through ACOG.
Yeah. Well, we learned about that household hazardous waste grant through Earthwise, but we had already passed the deadline. So you apply for it at the end of this year, and if you're granted it, then it would be for 2025.
Correct.
Or 20, I don't know. 2024. Anyway, it was like for a whole nother year after that. So.
And because we were getting a couple of citizens show up and asking about household hazardous waste, we got a couple of calls there, and then there was a post on Nextdoor.
Right.
I wanted to provide a more recent option available to the council, which would be the San Antonio River Authority. I mean, yes, it would be roughly 45 to 60 days out from today if y'all decide to do that, but it would provide a one-day event for those individuals that don't currently have an option, and then maybe we could work something out with the county, or maybe we would get the grant.
Okay, that sounds great. Councilor Orozco?
Thank you, Mayor. Melinda, thank you so much. If we do hold an event such as this, how is it that we can control it, that we'll be only serving Leon Valley residents? And also, I believe when Waste Management was here, they did have a program, if I remember, about household waste. And I know that we have Tiger, but if we reach out to Waste Management, it'd be a different contract that we would, I don't know if they would do it coming to somebody else's territory, but if it's financially advantageous for them, I'm sure they would. But how would we control this? We would only serve our residents.
We would use their driver's license. It would show the address. We did reach out to Waste Management. I have not heard back from them yet. Otherwise, I would have brought that cost to y'all. The more interesting one, like I said, was this company that we requested quotes for homeless camps. And they, I need to check to make sure they're taking the things where they're supposed to be taken.
Right.
But she was like, sure, we do that. We could hold a one-day event. I just don't have a cost from her yet.
Is this a local company?
It's one of the companies we contacted about the...
Okay, for the homeless camps. Okay, great. Anything else? Yes, Councilor Stevens.
I wish Will was here because I know that he's had issues with hazardous waste at his work, and he found a vendor that was that way undercut Waste Management.
Really?
But I don't know the name of the company that they're using. But he definitely knows of somebody that does, because his company makes a lot of hazardous waste. Personally, I don't like one-day events. I don't think that's a good idea. You're dependent on people being in town. You're depending on, they're going to get the notification that you send out via, however you try to notify them. People don't read their mail. They don't read the e-news. They don't, it's hard to notify people. So I'd prefer to have something that's more of a standing, and again, I don't know if there's a way that we could do where it's a multiple day event where people could drop it off, or where they put it out in front of their house and get it picked up during a certain week or something. I know I'm complicating things, but I do think there's a lot of people that have hazardous waste, and I'm thinking about my own house, and I have super old gasoline in my shed that I'm not going to put in anything.
Paint and everything.
Yeah, and I have tons of paint, aerosol cans, all sorts of stuff that I haven't gotten rid of. And I think there's probably lots of people in Leon Valley like that, where you just haven't really thought about it. until the time comes. But that's my thought on the one-day event. I don't think we have the ability to reach every citizen in Leon Valley and let them know. I think we'll be unsuccessful with letting, and then people are going to miss it, and they're going to be like, oh, I didn't know, and you know how that goes. So
I understand. Thank you. Councilor Martinez?
And this is more for Crystal. Whatever happened to Waste Management's deal where you could, even though we were with Tiger, you could call Waste Management and put a bag, or they'd give you a bag and you could put the stuff in your porch and...
That was the county, that's what we had with the county, but the
right.
county's no longer doing it for incorporated cities. They're only doing it for unincorporated cities. We're considered an incorporated city. So the county's no longer offering it. So it wasn't that because we were with Waste Management that we got household hazardous waste. We've always used the county's At Your Door, and it's just Waste Management that provided the grant to the county, and we've been utilizing that grant forever. What happened was they switched the terms of their grant and no longer allow incorporated cities to participate. And so that's why we don't have that availability right now. So we're trying to find a solution. I would agree with you that a one-day event isn't a long-term solution. I was trying to find a right-now solution to help the people that currently had household hazardous waste. And the long-term solution, in my personal opinion, would be to include that when you go out for your your waste management, but your solid waste contracts, and put that as part of the RFP. That is your long-term solution, where you pay a small fee and you always have the availability to dispose of your household hazardous waste. Your contract with Tiger ends in 2026?
Something like that?
Something like that. I mean, it's coming up. I mean, your contract's for...
7 years from 2017, so
It's coming up.
Yeah, 2024, I guess, or 2025. Yeah, it was 17 is when we switched it, January of 17, for a 7-year contract.
You can also wait and let's see if we get an answer from Waste Management about how much it would cost for them to provide the at-your-door service to us. Because that just worked out great. That way,
yeah,
you don't have to carry your old gasoline to a site. It's picked up at your door.
Yeah, and I called Waste Management, and they actually said, okay, and they sent me a packet. I showed Crystal. They sent me a packet, and then they called me about a week later, and they said, oh no, you are in an incorporated city. I thought maybe I was going to be able to slip in underneath there, but no. So I couldn't get my household hazardous waste picked up. So they know. So anyway, but I just thought I'd try. And they did say yes at first, and then they said no. So anyway, all right. Anyone else? Well, so what do y'all want to do? Just explore some other options?
We need more information.
Need more information? Okay.
Hang tight till I can get the rest of the info for you.
Yes.
And my apologies. I'm going to look more to the chamber. Yes. Please come, Ms. Martinez, and state your concern. But thank you, Melinda, for your research. And I think it's just an ongoing process that we'll go through, and we'll find the solution.
Pat
Good evening
Martinez,
and welcome.
Seneca Estates. Now, if we could get a company to do that, would we have to have another bin to put that in, or can we just put it in regular with the trash?
Well, I was going to say, with the Waste Management at your door, you call them and they send you this big, huge packet, and you open the packet, and it's one huge plastic bag, and you have labels, paint, aerosol, whatever, and you label your items and you put them in that big plastic bag, and you leave it on your front door, including light bulbs, except for, let's see, what was it? Those fluorescent light bulbs, those are household hazardous waste as well. I don't know if you knew that.
Yes.
But you put that on the side. You don't put it in the bag. But that's how they did it.
So, but would there be an extra charge for that bag?
Well, I don't know. It was free through this grant all those years. So
yeah, but if we went with some other thing.
Yeah.
There probably would.
But it was a big plastic bag, and they just picked it up on the date and time that they said they were going to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would love
it was
for
great.
to have something like that. Thank you.
I miss it. I really do. Anyone else? Okay, so to be continued, is that what I'm understanding? Okay, very
We just
good.
wanted to bring a right now solution.
Thank you.
Since there was a lot
Appreciate
of
your
conversation.
proactiveness, Dr. Caldera. Okay, moving then to Agenda 6.3, discussion and possible action of the monthly financial report for the month ending March 31st, 2023, which is halfway through the fiscal year. And I'd like to introduce our new finance director, Carol Is it Garing?
Garing. Yes.
Garing, I got it right. Thank you and welcome. We're so glad you're here. All right.
It's great to be here. I'm very excited to serve the city and the citizens of Leon Valley. So to jump into the presentation, I want to go over the target percentage for the month of March is 50%. So if you look at the revenue as of March 31st, it's at 65.3%. Now, something that we need to take into consideration is that the sales tax we received this month is actually for the month of January. So as sales tax, we usually receive them 2 months behind. And the other thing is that we will receive another big ad valorem payment in July. So being at 65% in March is great. Now, for the expenditures, they're all within the range of 50%. So there's nothing highlight to go over them. The other one that I do want to talk about is the water sewer storm water fund. That one, if you see the percentage as of right now, it stands at 47.2, which is at $2.4 million. Now, I know the 47% is below the 50%, but we just need to keep in mind that the high consumption is during the summer days, so we still need to go over them. And the last thing, let me go back. The sales tax year-to-date percentage is 1% as of last year.
And it's also 2 months behind, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys have any questions.
Okay. I don't think there's any questions that I see on that slide. How about the water and sewer fund? Did you go over that?
The water sewer, let me go back. Yeah, so I just went over the revenue just because the expenditures, they're all within the 50% as of right now.
Can I just ask, because we haven't had a monthly report in such a long time, connection and platting and tapping fees, where did we put those?
So what happened was Kevin created a new line item. When Vicki cleaned it back up, she just put it under the appropriate revenue source, under either the water, sewer.
Oh, okay,
revenue
so
source.
didn't,
She just,
okay.
yeah.
And then I had and that's same with business office?
Same thing.
Same thing? Okay.
Kevin had separated administrative fees out, and Vicki just put them back to the
Back
way
in,
it was.
okay. And then what about stormwater? I don't understand, why are we only at 4.8% of the expenditures at this time of the year when we should be at, 50%?
Because when Kevin separated, he separated your water, your sewer, and your stormwater. When he separated your stormwater account, he didn't move over the correct amount of revenues.
Oh.
And so we haven't really been paying anything out of that line item.
Okay.
So your expenditures are showing low. As we move through the year, you'll start seeing stuff come out of there.
All right. So it's all from what we did last year, and we're
Correct.
putting it all back.
But Vicki didn't want to go in and delete them, so that way you can show what you've been presented as part of your budget, but she just flipped it back to the way it was.
All right, thank you. Just appreciate that.
Sorry, you still have the community center fund and the economic development fund.
Okay, so again, the community center fund, we receive only 30%. The expenditures within the 50%. And the last one, the economic community development, 36%. And the expenditures, 21.5%.
Okay. I had a question on the community center fund. On the $68,280 for expenditures, what does that include?
Oh, that one, I don't want to answer incorrectly, so let me go back and do some research on that one.
That's fine.
And I'll let you know because
your operations, so it's like your utilities,
okay.
It's anything
all right.
that we buy out of that.
We have it itemized like on the next one, economic and community development, personnel, supplies, and contractuals, that's all.
We can do that for you next time.
Okay. And then just to reiterate on the community development contractual, those are our project funds, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we've got $127,000 that we can spend. We've only spent $12,790 to date, correct?
Correct.
So
Well,
only
no,
10.
so that includes, that's not your 127 isn't just for projects. It's all your contractual, but your 65,000 of that.
Of that is the projects. Okay. Oh, thanks for that clarification. I appreciate that. Okay. Anything else? on that?
You have your impound lot.
Impound lot, you know, my comment on that is we're doing much better this year than last year. So those numbers look better. And then the red light camera, can you explain that miscellaneous under the revenue? What is that?
So originally,
Is that another one of those
it was
switching?
just like, yeah, a little bit.
funds?
Kevin transferred, it was funny, when he did everything together and he transferred in funds, he transferred in 3007, and so
Mhm.
we just had to allocate it as a miscellaneous fund.
Okay.
If that
And
makes
that's the same thing under expenditures, the transfers. You're just trying to put things back to where they should
Where
be?
they should be.
Okay, thank you. All right, those are my questions. Any other questions from the council? I'm sorry, I tend to. Okay. Thank you so much, Carol. We appreciate your efforts, and thank you so much. Okay, then we're moving then to the next presentation, and I believe that's Dr. Caldera. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on the American Rescue Plan funds. We have some other issues here, but anyway, we're cleaning it up slowly but surely. Dr. Caldera, if you'll begin, and thank you.
Sure. So, as I mentioned at the last council meeting, when we're getting ready to look at some park amenities, we took a look at what we can expend American Rescue Plan funds for, and you were provided some poor advice on what you could expend those funds for. And so you can only spend your funds in 4 different categories, and most of them relate to COVID. You can do water infrastructure and broadband, and some
employee
premium hazardous pay, which we've done in the past. And so you have certain areas that you need to be able to stay within the parameters. So we can't buy a skate park, dog park, cola. You can't do any of that. And then the other thing that happened was our finance director at the time allocated that we spent no funds of ARP funds, even though you actually had in your budget to spend ARP funds. And so he submitted a report as 0 when he should have allocated about $100 and something thousand that we had budgeted in our FY 2023 budget. I don't know why he hit 0. I'm not sure, but he certified that report as 0. And so after meeting with the auditors said, well, you have some expenditures that have happened after the set date, and so you're okay with using those expenditure funds if you want to allocate those towards COVID or towards ARP funds. So we, what we recommended to do, or what the auditors and getting with Ms. Wallace, is to go ahead and leave the complete fire truck over there because that is an eligible expensed item. And then we had approximately $155,517 of items that came in after the fact that we could expend ARP funds for. And so what happened was a lot of these items were allocated in your FY 2022 as well as other items, and the finance director hit 0 for that report, so we can't use those funds, but you can use these funds. So we're swapping them so you don't lose any money on what you thought when you budgeted for that account. And so we're estimating to pay for these items out of ARP funds at $155,000 to keep your fire truck that you purchased at $793,000 in there. That will leave you a total of $2.1 million in that ARP fund account. And so after you spend your $155,000 plus your $797,000, it'll leave you with 2.1. Now, what can you spend your money on? What I'm proposing that you do for your next fiscal year is you already have your well generator. This money is already allocated. You have already agreed to pay for that. That's $235,215. That's coming sometime in June or July. So that will be taken off of your $2.1 million that you have remaining. I'm recommending that you also just buy your second fire truck at $1.4 million. And your ambulance at $300,000. So you don't have to go into debt for any of those items. You would also have roughly about a little over $200,000 available, and you can submit that $200,000 towards the sewer line replacement. And then I'm asking, well, you know, I know Melinda's going to kill me here, but then you won't do your AMI equipment for your water fund. But you would be able to handle your second fire truck and not go into any more debt or issue any more debt, and as well as purchase your ambulance. And then you would allocate the 235 we've already ordered the generator. It's on its way. We just haven't paid for it yet.
Dr. Caldera, is the sewer line replacement the one on El Verde Road?
No, the sewer line we were talking about was Wurzbach.
Wurzbach.
The
Okay.
Wurzbach sewer line.
All right, because I saw in your report today, we're also
Yes,
looking at
that's the
El
second
Verde
one.
Road. So, okay, so that's on Wurzbach.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Councilor Martinez, go ahead. You're next.
I have a question about the fire truck. When Chief Valdez was here, we bought a new fire truck, and then last year we bought another fire truck. So are we buying a third fire truck? And I'm not mentioning the monster we have. I don't think we're even using that monster. But if we buy another fire truck, that'll be the third fire truck we bought recently.
No. You didn't buy a fire truck when Chief was here. You bought a pumper truck, I think.
Oh,
No.
here it comes. Chief, what did we buy?
Monster truck.
Do you remember?
Good
evening
yeah.
and welcome.
Good evening.
Yes. How are you?
Chief Valdez did replace a 1991 pumper with a 2016 truck. Y'all bought that in 2016. We came to you with the Bronto that y'all decided y'all weren't going to spend any more money on.
Right.
And we purchased a $700,000 fire truck instead of buying another aerial vehicle. Y'all replaced it with that. We've received that truck. The truck, the 1.4 million, is the 2009 ladder truck that was scheduled to be replaced in 2019. It's a scheduled replacement. That was approved in 2021.
Well, we had lease payment, right?
Yeah, so y'all
Yeah.
were going to do the lease payment, but because of the projection of how long it took the fire truck to get here, we're just here now. So y'all approved this purchase almost 2 years ago, but it took so long with waiting for parts and stuff to come in. 3 years ago. And so y'all had been budgeting your lease purchase payment every year in your budget. But then in this past budget cycle, Kevin didn't allocate the 3 previous years of lease payment, didn't go out for the lease payment, we found out later. And so we contracted Hilltop Securities. They were going out to get you rates. But what I'm proposing is you don't have to go into debt at all, have interest, or any of that. You only have available items that you can purchase now, so you're not having to have that conversation with citizens like, you know, go out for this because we can get a dog part or do A, B, C, D, E. You can only buy, there's only so many
It's
things
limited.
that you can do.
But we don't have that 235,000 times 3 in the budget that was carried over?
He never carried it
He
over.
never carried it over? Oh, gosh, that would have been wonderful to have that as a down payment.
So do we still have the pumper?
Yes.
Okay, so the pumper, we have a pumper.
The fire truck. You got a pumper, the new fire truck that you just purchased, and then this would replace the one that was supposed to be replaced in 2009.
Okay, so basically we have 4 vehicles. One, the big Bronto, that thing we don't even use anymore.
Doesn't run.
It doesn't run, it just sits there.
Or is it just stored back here?
It's stored at a shop at Siddons. We don't have room for it. It would stay outside. It would be rotten. They have a place undercover. Doesn't cost us anything to keep it there, but it's out of weather. And we are attempting to find somebody that would like to purchase it.
Okay,
or part
that's
of
my
it.
question, yeah. Okay.
That would be wonderful.
Or parts or something, yeah.
At least
Okay.
if we scrap it.
Okay. Any other questions from the council members? Do we need to make this decision
Well,
tonight?
we're preparing for the budget.
Okay.
So there's not many things that y'all can purchase items from, and so I'd like to just allocate whatever y'all think into the budget. So when we present we're getting ready to present capital to y'all here in the second meeting in May. And so I'd like to have some direction so we can start plugging these numbers in. And you have to have these funds, all this 2.1 allocated
By the end of '24.
24, it has to be in your 24 budget.
We've already ordered the well generators.
You already ordered,
that's a check.
no-go, correct.
Haven't we already ordered the second fire truck?
The second fire truck is coming, but how you're gonna pay for it hasn't been
so
determined.
that's a check. Okay, and the ambulance,
We haven't
We
ordered
haven't
it
ordered
yet, but
it?
your ambulance is a 2007. That just, it's done. Like
Okay.
you're gonna have to buy it now or later. Like, I mean, now preferably, and it's a 500 and,
here he comes. He wanted to clarify something. Yes, Chief?
I do. We have a ambulance in the budget for next year, but the current wait time is over 2 years. You can pre-fund it, you can fund it afterwards, but we need to get in the queue.
Okay.
Fire trucks, just so you know, fire trucks have gone to 900 days.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But the ambulance is still 2 years minimum.
But we can still, as Dr. Caldera say, allocate this money because that's what we can use this money for. Okay. Yes, Counselor Stevens.
I worry that, well, I don't worry really, but I'm concerned that I just think that we should allocate more for like the businesses. And I know it's like negative impacts of COVID. I feel like the surrounding cities have done significant amounts with their ARP funds. I do agree that, you know, we need to do the fire truck. I'm okay with having, you know, half funded with debt, half funded, you know, directly. But I just, if the businesses that are located in Leon Valley were in San Antonio, they would have had a lot more opportunities to get grants and funding if they were adversely affected by COVID. In Leon Valley, you can't say that about the businesses because there hasn't been a lot of opportunities, and the few opportunities until a couple weeks ago was limited to the $10,000, you know, that nobody really knew about. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I think all these things are necessary. I'm personally not one that fears debt. I know some people do, but I don't. And so I think it, you know, and the other thing that I want to say is I do think, like, as far as the ambulance, I understand it's 2 years out. I do think we should like delay ordering it. You know, the minute you get an asset, it starts to lose value. And so you don't want to get new assets too early. And I know that we just have, like, since I've, you know, in the past 3 or 4 years, I feel like I've seen at least 2 new ambulances. No. So what are how many ambulances and what were the years?
You have 3, you have 2, you only have 1 new one, right? 1 new ambulance?
So what years did we obtain all 3 that we have?
I'd have to go back and look, but one's a 2007, which is the one we're requesting. It has to be replaced. It's not, you can't fix it anymore.
We have a 7, a 14, a 17, and a 20.
7, 14, 17, and 20. And then we're getting another one.
No, we're getting rid of your 7.
The 7.
Your 7 doesn't work anymore.
You cycle one out every 3 years.
You cycle one out every 3 years, and you have 3 active all the time?
You have 3 active all the time and 1 reserve. And the reserve, we use it all the time. We use it all the time. We have a truck needs, I don't know, we've redone oil, we've redone turbochargers, we've redone the liquid suspension on them. I mean, we lose trucks, you lose a generator, you lose a truck.
Right. So
a month and a half.
Okay, so the ones, so we have the 14, 17, and 20, and we're still using the one from 07. And there's not another one on order right now that we're going to get in the next year? Oh, okay, so
That's why we're saying we need to order, I need
Oh,
funds.
okay. I must be just confused with the fire truck.
No.
We do have a fire truck on order, though.
We have that $1.4 million fire truck that'll be here in 2 weeks. We just need to figure out a funding source for it. Because that Hilltop Securities is willing to bring back their rates, but if the council as a collective didn't want to go into any more debt, I could tell Hilltop Securities, never mind, we're going to go ahead and allocate the 1.4. Now, I will tell you, that would be my recommendation. You could still have $200,000 remaining.
Left over, yeah,
to
we
give
could
back to
apply it for that.
businesses if you so choose. to do some grant fundings for the businesses. After you buy your fire truck, your ambulance, and your well generator, you wouldn't do the sewer line replacement. We'll have to come up with some more funds for that. And then we've done without the AMI meters. And I know, it will never be my recommendation. I know you said you don't fear debt, but to go into debt only for the mere fact of, we heard from the bond when we were getting ready to do the bond, and we were talking about the bond. They didn't recommend us going into any more debt when we were getting ready to issue that bond at that time. And so this isn't as big of a debt, so you can certainly do that, and you can work out the numbers and figure it all out. It's my job to tell you how best to spend your money and to purchase a $1.4 million fire truck that's not going to affect your property taxes later on, and to buy your ambulance, I think is a good viable option, especially when you're limited on the funds. I guess my question to you would be, how much money did you want to allocate out of the 2.1 to businesses? Because we have had programs, and I haven't had a whole lot of businesses participate in the programs we do have. The grant $10,000 program that we've pushed out several times. We've only had a handful of people participate in those funds, and that didn't require a whole bunch of guidelines like we do now. We didn't get a whole lot of people apply for those grant funds, and so I'm almost wondering how much people would utilize that program versus, the fire truck.
Could we also possibly add businesses and nonprofits? That was also in the American Rescue Fund for nonprofits to get, prove that they had been harmed. So that would be, I don't know, just a thought. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Could any of these funds be used to upgrade the system here in City Hall?
No.
Just those 4 areas: broadband, water and sewer.
I have another idea to be able to upgrade your system through your PEG funds that we'll be investigating in the near future. But because we've never touched your PEG funds, it's another reserve that you have. We just have to get a cable channel, and you'd be able to upgrade this. And so we'll be looking at possibly doing that.
All right. Councilor Stevens, unless Councilor
Okay. So
Roscoe, did you have anything?
I don't know if I'm correct, and maybe I'm confusing the whatever came before ARP.
CARES Act.
The CARES Act. So ARP funds could be used to replace revenue losses, to substitute revenue losses, right?
Correct, but the substitution of your revenue losses still have to qualify, per the auditors, still have to qualify for an eligible expense. You can't just supplement. So we thought not.
Which auditors said that?
Our auditors, Armstrong Bond. They are single auditors. They've been auditing everybody, everywhere.
That doesn't make sense. Why would they have even wrote the bill like that? Like, why would they say you can use it for revenue losses, or you can use it for one of these?
It's not or. If you go back and you look at the final rule, I had to go back and read it and try to figure out. There's a final rule in there, and so a bunch of cities are getting their items pulled. And so originally, the original presentation 3 years ago or 2 years ago, when we initially got word we were going to get the funds, they had a calculation. GFOA selected a calculation, and at the time our calculation came back that we could supplement $1.7 million as revenue losses, the formula that we came up with at the time. Right. And so we were going to supplement the 1.7, and we were separating it, getting ready for our audit. We were using what fell under one of the 4 categories, and then we had this supplement came out of the 1.7. And speaking with the auditors, they're saying that cities are getting items that they're having to refund back if they're having a hard time justifying the purchases, including what they're considering as revenue loss. And so you still had to fall under.
So can you clarify that, though? So according to the auditors, they've said that the cities are having an issue with, so is the federal government telling the cities that we're having an issue, and specifically who in the federal government? Because I feel like we should reach out to them. I personally, I completely disagree. I've read a lot of the law. Maybe I don't know. I was under the definite impression that revenue losses, Like, that is the whole intention of the act, really, in terms of local government, is when cities lose funding because they can't operate their community centers, that they get all of that revenue, or they can use it to cover those losses. And they don't have to use the losses that they lost on the community center for a sewer line. Like, they can use it to pay for community center related things if they wanted
So
to.
I can ask Armstrong Vaughn to come and give you a presentation if you'd like on how you can use your ARPA funds.
Or if they have a document that they're relying on, I'd like to see
That's
that.
probably the final rule. It's in there. I can go back and take a look and
So
send it
can,
to y'all.
can I ask, the fire truck and the ambulance fall under what category?
It's under the COVID
COVID
section.
section. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the only
And
one
so
that I
all
thought
of
would.
these items we ran by the auditors as, okay
As possible.
items, as possible items. They
Mhm.
agreed with everything that was
Okay.
on here. So, I mean, again, it's kind of up, I mean, it's up to y'all how you want to spend it. I'm just trying to get ready for the 2024 budget, and so that way we can allocate things. If you want to allocate funds to the businesses, then I would recommend that you buy your fire truck, your ambulance,
And the generator.
The
And we have
generator.
$200,000 left.
then you can allocate that to your businesses and nonprofits. I think that's a substantial amount of money for you to be able to do what it is that you want to do. So I guess my question would be, what else would you do with the if it was 1.7 and you could do anything with it, what would you be looking at, I guess, would be my question. And so that way we can investigate it a little bit more. Maybe one of the items that you're thinking of, I could go and specifically ask the auditor that question of whether or not.
So here's my line of thinking with this. So first of all, we're government, and though interest rates are high, we still get a good interest rate. And our interest rate will be better than inflation. Like it still will be. And so the value of a dollar today is worth probably 6% less than that dollar will be worth next year. Our interest rate will probably be around 6%, probably a little less. The second fire truck is something where we could exercise that ability to get a 5-point-something% interest rate right now. Whereas if we can use the CARES Act money for other things that we have not listed out here today that maybe we've thought about in the past, we aren't thinking about currently, like we should exercise that. And I was trying, I think San Antonio did a straight dollar allocation of $200 million into their general fund from the ARP, from their ARP funds that covered a variety of losses. And I struggle with how can they do that and we can't. And it just goes back to, I'd like to see the guidance from the federal government or the document that we're relying on to say that we cannot, that we used to think we could cover revenue losses, but now we cannot cover revenue losses.
Okay. So whatever. I mean, it's something I could reach out to them for.
So do we need that first before we give direction to staff on items to consider? Is that what you're saying,
Because
Councilor
the fire
Stevens?
truck is coming, so I need
Yeah.
to come up with financing. And so if that's the case, I'll have Hilltop Security present to y'all your options to be able to do that. I'm just,
Well, I know we went off on this little rabbit trail because we thought we could fund the dog park and the, skate park and all this other stuff, and we can't. So now we're kind of coming back to
I
here.
wouldn't say that.
Really?
I don't think that's accurate guidance, and so that's why I'd like to see the document that they're relying on that
All
says
right.
that we no longer can use revenue loss, that we have to use our
And
dollars
maybe-
for revenue loss on water, sewer.
And maybe there was
Broadband.
Broadband,
a time frame.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to speak out of
Hazardous
turn. I said I'm not quite sure. I can certainly, go back to them and ask them, to give me the citation that they're using. Maybe you had to allocate revenue losses immediately, and that's something we didn't do.
Maybe that's possible.
You know what I mean? Because COVID's already been out of cycle for 3 years, maybe that's the case. I don't know. But let me go back to them and,
Yeah, and I would ask them if they tell you that the government, so you can just continue to ask questions about whatever their statement is. So if they say that the government, that other cities have had trouble with allocating with who? And then with the federal government, with who in the federal government, with what branch? Because then we can reach out also. I just don't, that just defeats the purpose of the CARES Act. it's, and I understand, we want to be responsible and stuff, but again, we have an asset that we can finance for a rate that's better than inflation rate, and you don't want to lose that ability if there's other things that you would like to fund that you won't be able to finance at a 5.5% rate.
Would you be able to get that information by the next meeting?
I don't know, I got to contact Ann Berger. I mean, I know she got
Yeah.
the rates, but I wanted to have this
Just
presentation.
because we need to make this decision.
Sure,
as
I can
soon as
contact
possible.
Ann and see, I think they got the rates already, if I'm not
She
mistaken.
said that she was going to get to me early, so I'm expecting her an email from her tomorrow. If not, I'm going to email her back and ask her again.
So we should have them, but again, I wanted to have this conversation first, and see what the council felt like. I mean, I'm hearing for Counselor Stevens, but I haven't heard from the other counselors.
Anybody else agree
if that's
with
what
him
they
that we
agree
should wait?
with.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
Councilor
Mayor.
Orozco.
I like your recommendation, and I know they maybe have more priorities than the other, like the fire truck for sure, and the generator, and the ambulance to take care of our residents. But in talking to Melinda, she had talked to me several times talked to all of us about the sewer line replacement, and it's not going to get any cheaper once they start busting. If we have the opportunity to replace them at the moment with the money.
You're just replacing, it would
But
just be the one-on-one.
Aren't we going out for a CDBG grant for that as well, or partial? That was the other thing, Councilor Orozco. I thought I read that in the manager's
Yes,
report.
this is the sewer main that runs from right around the Hidden Meadow apartment across to Vista Del Rey. It's one part of it. And we are getting CDBG funding for it, but we also have a 20% match. So that represents our match.
I see.
Oh, okay. So it's already in the works then for Public Works. Get it?
Get it. Okay. Is that it?
Okay, yeah, I'm going with the doctor's recommendation.
With the doctor's recommendation. All right. Councilor Martinez, what do you say?
I agree with Councilor Orozco. I think we should have prioritized in the well generator, the fire truck, and the ambulance for sure, and the sewer line replacement. Those are critical items that we need to. If we can use this, we need to do them. So I'd be in favor of those.
Well,
four
and then
items.
I'd like to remind you, you're still paying debt on the fire truck that's no longer a viable fire
No.
truck. It's sitting there. You took out debt and you now have a fire truck, $1 million fire truck that it was $1 million at the time. You're still paying on it and you can no longer use that fire truck, and we're already asking for a replacement. So it's kind of another reason that I'm like, do you really want to go into debt on a fire truck? Now you can do lower terms. You could do a 10-year versus a 20, or I think we did a 30 when we refinanced, or we did the refinancing on this last debt.
Okay. Let me see what, Councilor Hefner, how do you feel about this issue?
I would agree with Dr. Cordero that it's a bad idea to go into debt on something, especially to have terms on that thing longer than its useful life. If we have the funds available that can be used for a fire truck, I think that's a good use of capital expense that we otherwise wouldn't have the funds to do or would have to execute debt for. Debt servicing is a cost that is avoidable, right, if you just simply plan well. So I think that's a good approach. I know Melinda's, what do we got, $35 million or something of crumbling infrastructure under our city. So being able to allocate some portion of this to sewer lines, I think is appropriate. We can't go back on the Bronto, right? We can't undo that. The sooner we can unburden our city of that, the better. The question that I would have on this is, if we still have debt service on that truck that's not useful, are we able to allocate any of these funds to that debt service? No.
So our understanding is no, because I asked if whether or not we could alleviate, just to get it off the books.
Yeah.
And they just didn't think that was a good idea to try to pay off, because it's not, you refinance that, and so it's not really separated anymore, because you all grouped it all together when you refinanced that debt. So.
At least we got a good interest rate.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah,
the interest rates, I will tell you, in speaking with Ann, Counselor Stevens is correct. You probably will get a good interest rate. I just think it's my job to make sure that your long-term financial responsibility is held at a minimum. And I do think that you have economic and community development, and you have been building a reserve in that account as well. And those can only be used for economic and community development. You could use that for nonprofits. You could use that for businesses, and you can still allocate some of this money towards that interest if that's something you want to do. But if you're looking at doing a dog park or like some of the other things on y'all's wish list that y'all were considering in the future as part of that 1.7, I can certainly understand that. I just think that a fire truck and an ambulance outweighs anything that y'all were doing. Dog park, pools, anything that y'all were considering, this health, safety, welfare outweighs that, and you're not getting into debt to do it.
Okay, so what's the direction of the council on this item?
Proceed with the
With the
recommendation.
Can I get
A motion?
I make a motion.
Well, let's see.
I so move.
Okay. And you second it, right?
Okay.
Okay, so the motion is to follow Dr. Caldera's recommendation. Did you want to specifically state it out, or? Because I'm hearing over here on
prioritize-
Counselor Stevens, he'd like some for business, and I mean, I understand we have community development.
Can I just clarify? I don't, that's not, no, I'm not saying that, I mean, I do think it's important to think about the businesses, and I think it's a very honest point, because I get emails from the city of San Antonio because they think I live there, or that I have my business there, and so I see all the programs that they offer that we don't offer.
Yeah.
And so,
They're
and that's a
good.
reality, it's a fact.
Yeah.
So I think that is important. However, I'm not saying that that's what we need to allocate.
Okay.
But I question the $1.4 million
1.7.
for this.
Oh, I'm sorry,
for
that you
the
were
truck.
talking about the lost revenue.
Oh, yeah, for the fire truck. I don't know if that's the most valuable use of this, and again, it goes back to wanting more information about the revenue losses and using those for whatever instead of the fire truck, because, and it's hard to explain, but like it makes logical sense when inflation is super high and you can get an interest rate below inflation, your dollar is the value is actually worth more today than it is in a year if your interest rate is lower than the rate of inflation. And for government, it won't be like that for private, but for government, it is generally like that. So that's my thinking.
Okay. So
Okay, so I'm confused.
specifically, yes, state it, please.
So you have your motion, your second. I can still get Counselor Stevens his information. So you've got your motion and your second.
To follow your recommendation of the
Recommendations
well generator, second
Oh.
fire truck, and ambulance, and then can we say that the balance will be determined later?
You could
based
do that,
on
and that'll leave you with the 200, I think it's
give us
a little over 200,000.
some room there? What do you think?
Yes, that's fine.
I'll
Okay.
agree
Would
with
that
that.
be all right?
Yeah.
All right. So, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
A nay.
Nay. Okay, so we have 3 ayes and 1 nay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And then I'll bring back that other information so y'all have it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving then to the announcements by the mayor and the council. I just wanted to reiterate what Ms. Chase said about the volunteer appreciation dinner. It was really a lovely dinner. It was beautifully decorated and the food was great. And I want to thank all of the directors and staff that were there. Dr. Caldera, I think you had everyone there, except for I think Mr. Salinas, you were at a conference or something, but I think everybody else was there. And I thank you all very much because I think I might have I didn't introduce everybody, and so I felt bad about that. But everybody was there, so thank you. It was great. It was wonderful. The picnic, is this coming Friday instead of the...
Saturday.
I'm sorry, Saturday. I knew that. The picnic is Saturday from 11 to 1 in place of the coffee with the mayor and council from 9 to 11. And so it was written up in the Lions Roar, and the whole idea is to, try to attract new young families. Hopefully bring your chairs and your blankets and bring your own lunch, but whatever you take, you'll have to bring it back out. We're trying to, be more conscientious about trash. And then we will have water, coffee, and lemonade as drinks, and fruit and cookies from the city's donation for the picnic. And we're going to also have door prizes. We have a lot of door prizes left over from Earthwise, and the grand prize is a picnic basket. But it's really a cool picnic basket. And anyway, so, and the Earthwise Living Committee is helping to put this on as well. So, but we will have an opportunity for citizens to come and still talk to their elected representatives and ask questions. And so we will have a program, not formal, but just an informal question and answer. So hope to see y'all there. If it's pouring rain, we won't have it, but I think it's going to be good weather. I did look at the weather, so hope to see you there. The election is May the 6th, and we've been talking about 1, 3, and 5, the council places, but we keep forgetting that there's 2 other ballot propositions, and that's to renew the street maintenance tax, which is funded with a 1/4 cent of our sales tax, and it has to be renewed if we want to continue to do our streets the way we've been doing them. So that's on the ballot. And the other one is the crime control. That's funded with a 1/8 cent sales tax, and that needs to be renewed. So you'll see that on your ballot. And early voting starts next Monday, April 24th at the conference center through May 2nd. I got an email from C-SPAN. Y'all know C-SPAN, which is on television. It's the governmental program, and it said, "Dear Mayor Riley," and I didn't realize this, but we have a student at John Marshall High School. His name is Kyle Ward, W-A-R-D, and he won 3rd prize in C-SPAN's annual student documentary competition called Student Cam. And this year, they asked students to create a 5 to 6 minute long video on the theme, "If you were a newly elected member of Congress, which issue would be your first priority and why?" And he won $750 for his video, Richland. And so next Tuesday, we're going to congratulate him at John Marshall. And but I looked at the video today, and his priority is his concern that we are losing farmland. It's real interesting. Y'all ought to look at it. That we're paving everything, and he's concerned about the future feeding of our of our country. And so it was very good. So I congratulate him on that, and I look forward to next Tuesday to presenting him with a certificate of appreciation. Well, I just wanted to let you know, we had the gentleman, Mr. Byrd, came up and talked about a notice of code violation. Well, I got one last Friday. It was so, my husband was like, "What?" And of course, Melinda knows our yard is kind of wild because it's xeriscape, but the code wanted us to cut the grass in between the bushes, which we did. But I have never gotten one of these before, or if I have, it's been a long time. But they do want you, after you get a code violation, they want you, when you've corrected it, to call and let them know that. So just FYI. So. All righty, that's it from, just information that I didn't know. So I'm sharing it with everyone. So anyway, but that's it. But thank y'all so much for being here tonight, and we greatly appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing y'all on Saturday. And so, Mr. Martinez, what would you like to say for announcements? And we'll go around the dais.
I've got 2 items. Tomorrow, the Northwest San Antonio Chamber of Commerce is having their luncheon at the Marriott, and Dr. Woods from NISD will be the guest speaker. So I hope some staff will show up for that. And the other item, Saturday, I will only be able to attend for about 45 minutes because I'm what they call a volunteer examiner for the amateur radio licenses. And our fire chief is going to be, we test every other month at the Leon Valley Library at 12 o'clock, and our fire chief has expressed that he will be there Saturday and take his test. So I've got to bow out about 1/4 and get ready to administer ham radio tests.
Okay. Well, very good. Thank you. And welcome to Mr. Bradshaw. I kept checking my phone to see if you were going to, okay, but we're glad you're here. You missed a lot, but there's still a lot more. But we're going to run through it really quick now that you're here. I'm just teasing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope work was not too arduous today. All right, Councilor Stevens.
I don't have anything.
Oh, okay. And Councilor Hefner.
Thank you, Mayor. So there is a House Transportation Committee hearing tomorrow.
That's what we were wondering.
Unfortunately, House Bill 167 is not on the agenda, so we'll keep watching and get some more updates from.
It's getting a little late in the session, isn't it?
We have till the end of May. We got a
do.
little bit of time.
Okay, all right, great, thank you, I appreciate that. Counselor Orozco?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you to the staff for the volunteer dinner. That was amazing. It was a great job. For some reason or other, citizens have reached out to me more this past couple of weeks that included from Chachas to the VIA to the fence being put up. They've just been reaching out. I want to thank them for reaching out. Matter of fact, I did get a message saying that they wanted to congratulate the city council for the great advances they have made. If one of our main objects in city council is to how we're going to feed the deer, that we have come a long way from the turbulent council that used to be here. And they want to thank us for being so far in advance and working together. We have a CPAC meeting tomorrow.
Yes. Is it at 6 or 6:30?
6:30, right?
6:30? Okay,
And,
thank you.
I won't be able to make it because I have an appointment that I scheduled since August. But Mr. Martinez has offered to represent the council
Okay.
there. And so I encourage the citizens to attend.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Counselor Bradshaw?
Sorry I'm late. Could we recap agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4?
After midnight, and you're by yourself.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
But yeah, sorry, I had a work meeting that ran late, and so I'm glad to be here and glad to see citizens
Well,
here.
thank you for making the effort. Really appreciate it.
I started to tell the chief I was watching, but no, I was just listening to the meeting as I was driving over. So I
Okay.
did catch some of the discussion about the fire truck. And
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you. We're glad you're here. All right, Dr. Caldera, you're next.
So my city manager's report is outside and online. It was provided to you all via email earlier this afternoon. The only highlight I have for the city manager's report is I want to congratulate our city secretary. She won the Office of Excellence Award through I'm going to say it wrong, it's a long name, but the Texas Municipal Clerks Association. She was also nominated by her region for City Secretary of the Year, so we wish her luck in October in getting that.
All right, Ms. Bosley, thank you. Awesome. Okay.
And we'll be honoring her at a future meeting when we get all the information in.
Okay, excellent.
That's it. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, consent agenda 9, 9.1 to 9.7. Any items that any of the council would like to discuss and remove?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to pull 9.7 and without objection, motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion by Counselor Hefner and a second by Counselor Stevens to approve consent agenda items 9.1 through 9.6. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. As per the request of Counselor Hefner, we are going to discuss agenda item 9.7, presentation, discussion, and possible action to amend the employee mission square 457 subsection B deferred compensation retirement plan to permit loans. And Dr. Caldera, our city manager, is here to present. Good evening and
Sure.
welcome.
So my apologies. I should have done a PowerPoint presentation for this item, and things got away from me last week. So what Mission Square is what y'all may know as our ICMA RC account. It is a deferred compensation account. It is no city funds are contributed to this account. It is a payroll deduction that comes from each individual employee. They put as little as $5 into the account as an additional retirement fund, all the way up into what the IRS tax mandate is, and I think it's sitting around $20,000 is the max amount you're allowed to put in a given year. We have about 25 employees out of the 113 that participate in the additional retirement fund. Most of our employees have to participate in our TMRS fund. Their retirement plan, the majority of our employees' retirement futures rely on TMRS and Social Security as their as their way of retiring at the end of their livelihood. We do normally bring out somebody from ICMA, somebody from TMRS, and in the past we've had somebody from the Social Security office to come and meet with our individual employees during open enrollment sessions and go over what their future retirement would look like. They do provide educational material to look at, if you put in $5 a pay period to, $20 a pay period, or if you continue to increase those funds, what that would look like in the future. We've had many employees be successful with their additional retirement fund. The city pays nothing towards this retirement fund, pays nothing to have this retirement fund. We've participated in this retirement fund since 1970. There's some parameters that fall with this particular program under the IRS codes when this was originally set up. And so the city's it's an additional benefit. The reason that you have to have a resolution for this item is most cities provide additional retirement funds or contributions to the retirement funds. We're one of the only cities that does not provide some sort of contribution in addition to TMRS into this retirement fund. So we're on the scale of not providing funds. We just never have. It was something that we looked at a long time ago for directors or your executive level staff to provide small portions. And so ICMA has set up the requirements in order for the governing body to have to approve this provision because the majority of cities contribute to the fund. We do not contribute to the fund. However, we still fall under the same parameters. So I had 3 employees reach out to me about having this provision in our plan. The reason being was they've had some unexpected items come up. And so what they are currently doing right now is just withdrawing their funds from the ICMA account and taking the tax penalty on that fund to cover whatever expense it is. And we're seeing there is a hardship clause on this fund, so you have to fall under a hardship, whether it's a medical expense. I think it's like mortgage falls under there. There's a couple of parameters, but a lot of employees have skirted that system a little bit and are using it to purchase vehicles because interest rates on used cars are through the roof right now. And so what we're hearing is, people are giving them, using those funds for other reasons other than the hardship they're claiming on having. We did have 2 funerals that did come up, from children passing away this past year. And so some people had to pull out their funds in order to cover funeral expenses. And so most of those people thought that the loan provision was a good option for them because it would have forced them or give them the ability to put it back versus just upping their current ICMA deductions, because that's a recommendation. We just tell them, well, up your provisions of them, to catch up, because there's a catch-up provision. So if you withdraw it, you can do a catch-up provision. But it also, the loan program would prevent them from paying the tax penalty. They could take out the loan, pay it back, and not be hit with the tax penalty. So that was a provision that they thought would be of interest for them. I will say the plan provision has existed since 2019. As your HR director and looking at your benefits, I'm not a huge fan of people withdrawing from their ICMA accounts. I think it hurts them in the long run. So it wasn't a plan provision that I presented to the council or brought forth because I didn't think it was an advantageous item to bring forth at the time. But because we're seeing, I've had out of your 25 employees that participate, you've had 6 withdraw large chunks of money for various reasons over the last year. It's their money, and we don't get involved in the withdrawal. Everything, any communication they have is directly with the plan sponsor, not with the city. The only participation that the city has in this plan is we add them, we delete them, or we up their provisions, but we don't sit down and have discussions. We do have a plan rep with ICMA. That particular individual sits with any individual they want. You just set up an appointment and they will go over your plan with you.
Okay.
So,
do you have any specific questions?
Yeah. So I pulled this because this is right in my wheelhouse. This is what I do for a living. I work on the federal government's Thrift Savings Plan, which is the largest defined contribution plan in the world. I had a couple of questions, Dr. Caldera. You mentioned the ICMA plan. Thank you for pulling up the slide. I'll talk through it in just a second. The ICMA plan is a DC plan. Is the TMRS post Social Security, is that a defined benefit plan?
No, so your TMRS is a state-regulated retirement plan.
So do you still get what you put into it versus, is it a pension or is it?
So okay. It is an actuarially calculated fund. And so it's a 2-to-1 match. City puts in $2, for every dollar that you put in. It's based on 7%. So every employee takes 7% of their check. It goes into TMRS. You don't have an option. You can't take a lower amount, a more amount. It's 7% across the board. The city matches your money 2-to-1. Your plan provision with TMRS is you're vested at 10 years. We're one of the only cities left at 10 years. Everybody else is at 5. To reduce to a 5-year vesting period would increase your interest rate. Right now we're sitting at 18%. Your interest rate on that amount would go up to close to 20%. So we've stayed at a 10-year vesting period because we can't afford to go up any higher on that. But y'all did increase it from a 6% to a 7%, which is very, very helpful to the majority of staff. And then you have your Social Security, which we take out of everybody's check. It's a mandate.
So it's both.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk specifically about loans, and you made a good point about our population here. And we can talk about the differences between DB and DC plans. But this slide talks about taking loans, right? Which the item on the agenda is permitting loans to be taken out from the plan. And this is an important piece in my mind of financial education that we need to make sure that our employees know about. So just let me walk through the slide here. If you look at the two lines, the top line represents constant contributions to a portfolio over the course of a career. And then the bottom line represents what happens if you take out a loan at approximately 32 years of age and approximately 50 years of age and then repay that loan over a 4-year period of time. There's some fine print about how they did the calculations and the assumptions and everything. It's like starting at a 30-year salary, increasing 2.5% every year. So it fits a profile of a typical public sector employee. And so the takeaway, the so what of this slide is that in general, if you take a loan and at the same time you take the loan, you keep your contributions constant, that's fine. That's totally okay. But in practice, what happens is most people take out a loan and then they reduce their contributions because now they're making loan repayments. And so it's the net effect of taking out a loan is that they are contributing less to retirement, and that leads to more negative retirement outcomes. People don't have enough money to retire with, and they end up becoming a burden on the social safety nets. So, when we think about loans, like in the examples that you gave, it is certainly preferable that our employees take a loan to taking what's called a taxable distribution, where they're paying that 10% early withdrawal penalty and those kinds of things. But industry-wide, about 88% of all plans allow loans. So I'm not necessarily against the provision of allowing loans, but I thought it important that we have this conversation to say, like, what resources can we also provide to our employees to make sure that when they're pursuing this, like some people are just going to pursue consumption and they're going to go buy cars, okay, but at least counseling them to say, like, it's a bad idea to do this with your retirement. You hit on a couple of other things that I think it would be wise for this council to pursue in future sessions. I know my time on this dais is limited, so I won't be part of those conversations. I'm happy to be a resource to the city for those, but would certainly, when you say that we don't provide any funds towards the ICMA plan, does that mean we don't provide any sort of match, right?
Match or anything.
Right. So the TMRS side, like we're giving them $2, basically a 200% match.
Sure.
And on the defined contribution side, which the vast majority of industry has moved towards, we're providing nothing. So I think there's something to catch up our city in terms of what we offer that will, Mr. Stevens talks often about what do we do to make our city more attractive compared to our peers. I think that's one thing we could definitely look at. Outcomes, when we talk about retirement outcomes, are far better on defined contribution plans than on defined benefit plans. People save more. There are trends in the data that tell us these things. So without completely rebaking our retirement offerings in this conversation, I would strongly recommend that alongside the loan material that we're also providing guidance to our employees to, if at all possible when taking a loan, keep your contributions constant Otherwise, you're seeing a 26% loss, just for, like, even if you take out a loan and repay it fully, the money that you're pulling out of the market to take the loan and the money in reduced contributions that you lose over time has a compounding effect and a dramatically lower outcome in retirement. So that's my piece about it. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Counselor Stevens.
So, and maybe I just didn't see this. So what are are we giving specific justifications for when they can take a loan out?
No,
So
it's a general loan. And so let's just say somebody has already put in $100,000 into their ICMA account and they go to get a new used car and the interest rate is 9%. The rate on the current, if you were to go get a loan from this particular plan is sitting around 4%. And so do you want to pay a 9% interest on a vehicle or 4% interest is kind of how they're looking at it. And so the 3 people that have requested it, it's 3 people that know each other, right? So they've been having this conversation because they went to the ICMA and were like, what can I do? Because you can now use your ICMA as collateral too.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't before. Now you can. You can't use your TMRS. The other thing about TMRS, which is very different than a lot of other retirements, it's a lifetime annuity. So when you retire, whether or not like forever, you will have the same annuity, whether you run out of funds or not. What ICMA was done to set up were to help individuals, because you have your Social Security and your TMRS. There are many of our individuals that retire around 30 years of TMRS. They make exactly what they were making while they were employed here. So they're not losing anything. Plus, they get their Social Security. But they retire before the age of 65 and don't qualify for Medicare. So what they use ICMA for is to cover their health insurance costs until they're able to reach the age of 65, is what the vast majority of the employees that participate in ICMA do here. Either that, if they don't participate, they work to the age of 65 in order to qualify for their health insurance benefits.
Okay, very good.
Do we know do you know the percentage of industries that allow general purpose versus specific purpose?
So, go ahead. You can answer it.
Most. Yeah, so 88% of all defined contribution plans allow some type of loan, and the most common type of loan is a general purpose loan. Some other plans will allow other types of loans. So like if you're a first-time home buyer, for example, sometimes you can take out a larger loan for a down payment for a first-time home purchase. But not every plan, it's different by every plan. But of the plans that offer loans, the vast majority offer just a general purpose loan that doesn't have any requirements. At the end of the day, it's the employee's money.
Right.
Right.
And that's kind of where I stood, was the fact that I've been saying no to this since I'm just not because I've seen the benefit of people that have participated in ICMA. They retire when they should retire and not hold on. And I have an employee that's retired in place, right? I'm having an employee that moves on when they need to move on. They have the ability to get health insurance or whatever they need as supplement to ICMA. So I wasn't really big on providing the loan provision. That's why, since it's been in existence since 2019, I haven't brought it forth, because I do believe that it could negatively impact an employee that's trying to actively save. But with the times changing, it is the employee's money, and because I've gotten a request, I felt like it was my duty to bring it to y'all and to be able to provide that plan provision to the employee. Who am I to tell them what to do with their money, or say that I'm more educated than they are on how their finances are set up or what their plans are for the future? And so that's why I brought it forth.
All right. Very good. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
So, Councilor Hefner, I understand the chart and the reasons it's bad, right? It is. It's a bad idea to do this. But the question is, are we protecting employees from themselves by not allowing this?
Right. And
essentially. And so that's my only thing. I mean, I don't like that it's an option, but it's like it's been said, it's their money. So do with it.
And just to clarify, sorry.
No.
Just to clarify, I'm not saying that we shouldn't adopt this. I mean, I would vote in favor of.
That's why I was trying to get what you're coming from.
No, I thought it an important conversation to have because if we just say, oh yeah, go take loans, then everybody goes and takes loans.
No, that's a good point.
And
And
it has a
otherwise
negative
people
outcome.
think, oh, the council's all for it, so
Right.
everybody should have a loan now. So
Right,
that's a good
exactly.
point.
And
Definitely.
the kind of other broader conversation that I would strongly encourage this body to take on, and I can say it because I'm the lame duck up here, it's probably not a popular conversation, but in terms of the long-term fiscal health of our city, one of the biggest liabilities we have is our retirement plan. And so I think that serious consideration needs to be looked at to say, what's the industry doing? What are we doing? And, not affecting existing employees, but as we have turnover and we hire new employees, that benefits package really needs a look to shift away from a defined benefit, a lifetime annuity that Dr. Caldera talked about, and move towards a defined contribution plan that the city is invested in, that the city does contribute to in terms of matching.
You will never if you do that, you will never hire a police officer or firefighter again. That's why they come. I'm just for future reference.
Mr. Martinez, did you have something? Okay. Anybody else? All right.
I will say, on Councilman Bradshaw's comments, I mean, it's true, like, this is bad, but they get a 30%, like a 20% withholding, and then the 10% loss right off the bat when they pull out. And then, I mean, if you're going to buy a car, which I will just tell any employee, if you're buying a car with this loan, like, that is not a smart decision. I can understand, like, if you're adopting a child or, like, buying a home or whatever, but that's just not a smart decision.
And again, I'm getting the report is like, it's for medical purposes, and then I'm hearing, like, that's not what they did with that.
That's not that wise, but they have the freedom to do that now, I guess.
Okay. And may I have a motion?
Yeah,
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this as read.
And I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Hefner to approve agenda item 9.7 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to regular agenda item 10.1, presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance amending ordinance 2022-51, which approved various budget adjustments to FY 2022-23 carryover projects to clearly identify the funding sources. And this is a first read as per our city charter, and Melinda Mortz is here to present. So we don't have a vote tonight, but we have a discussion. So thank you and welcome. Is this another, I think I read it was a housekeeping item that we
Yes,
want
ma'am,
to...
this one's just housekeeping. The
Okay.
original ordinance that was approved back in October to carry over the funding told you where the money was going to be put, but it didn't say where the money was going to be coming from clearly.
Okay, gotcha.
And so on the advice of our auditors and our ex-finance director, she said to go ahead and amend the ordinance, so now this is really clear. It's coming from this fund, and it's going to that fund, and it's going to
Okay.
be used to pay for that.
Very
So
good.
that's it.
All right. Any questions? All right. So without objection, can we move this to the consent agenda at the next meeting?
please.
All right. Very good. That would be the May 2nd meeting. All right. Very good. Thank you. Moving then to agenda item 10.3, since we've already taken 10.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement between the City of Leon Valley and the City and Leon Valley and Petland of Leon Valley to intake, house, and adopt dogs. And I know we've talked about this before. Is Mr. Salinas not here?
I don't know, he's somewhere, but
Okay.
Essentially what we did was we moved the vet services from, we removed the vet services from that particular agreement, and we'll be going into a separate agreement for vet services with Town and Country. So this is just the adoption piece with Petland, and so everything pretty much as far as what y'all heard the last time, as far as them intaking the animals, they would hold it for a minimum of 3 days as per the required code. These are the list of services they're going to require for us to have, but as you can see, no prices are associated with that particular item, but that's what we would contract out with Town and Country. It looks like that's who we're going to go with. I am recommending, they're not recommending the spay and neutering, but I think as being part of the city and not trying to contribute to the
Overpopulation.
is to go ahead and make it a requirement to spay and neuter the dog. And that's the Petland's responsibilities. And so, the Petland agrees to provide the links to city staff. Petland agrees to charge a maximum of $250. So it's the same agreement that you saw, but we removed the vet services agreement from the purchase, from the thing.
And this is a resolution, so we'll approve it tonight.
Tonight,
Will
if
it go
that's
into
something you so
effect
choose.
as soon as they'll start picking up our
Yeah,
dogs?
so there is a little bit of delay because they're still constructing their their kennels back there. This kind of just cleans it up, and so when they're available, they'll start taking our dogs. But they're still building the kennels as part of their store, and they're moving some stuff around. So once their renovations are done, then they will intake our dogs. But this gets this piece out of the way, so when they're ready, we're ready. And we'll also bring back the vet agreement to y'all.
Okay, very good. Excellent. All right, any questions? Yes, all right. Any questions?
YouTube
Yes.
video is a little bit delayed, so my bad.
Okay, that's all right. Counselor Stevens has a question. Yes.
I'm
Or a
just
comment.
wondering, so first of all, if we could just get a follow-up report like in 6 months or maybe at the budget to see how the program's doing and how many animals.
Yeah.
And then the other question was, when these dogs are turned over to Petland, is the city going to partake in anything related to like the advertisement of the dog?
Yeah, so we'll post it on our Facebook pages and things like that, and then they are also obligated to put it on their website. And you can see right here under Section D the requirements that need to be put on there, which is a presentable photo of the breed, color, gender, reference ID, location, because they have multiple locations in Texas and here in San Antonio, and the cost for the adoption is something that we really pushed on, just because, as you know, Petland has very expensive dogs, so the cost of $250 should be a driving point for them to kind of get people to the door and buy the dog.
Okay, cool. And so there's no, the reason I'm saying this is because this is a public perception thing. And so I think it's important that we, if it's legal, that we also advertise the stray dogs that we've turned over.
So we would be advertising the stray dogs on all our social media sites, and we currently, even when we pick up stray dogs now, we try to post them.
Yeah.
And then we post on Lost Pets or one of those items as well, just to see if anybody. The other thing is we'll be bringing back we used to do a pet parade situation,
Yeah.
so and a pet vaccinate. It was like pet parade vaccination day.
That's right.
So we're hoping that we'll be able to team up with Petland for that, like as an like incorporating an adoption piece to that as well, for that event.
Great.
So.
Great. Okay. Anything else? All right. I was wondering if you had a question or comment, Mr. Mata. All right, very good. Okay. Ms. Chason, do you have any questions or comments on this? Well, yes.
I'd like to make a motion we pass
All right,
10.3.
thank you. And we have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Stevens to approve 10.3 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you so much, Mr. Salinas and Dr. Caldera. Next is citizens to be heard. Anyone in the chamber like to address the council, please come forward. All right, seeing no one, then we will move to requests for members of council to add items to future agendas. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I'd like to bring back Cha-Cha's for reconsideration of extending their month-to-month lease or rental, at least till the end of the year.
We need a second, right, in order to bring it back. So is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. So would that be for the next agenda item? Next, which is May 2nd?
It'll have to be an executive session to discuss the actual terms of the lease agreement, and then we can have an item out in open session if you so choose.
Okay.
Sometime after the election would be fine.
Oh, after the election?
After the election? Oh, okay.
Oh, not at the next meeting?
All right.
I withdraw my second then.
What was the condition again?
If the condition is that it's going to be after the election, then.
Well, no, I think we need to address this right away. There's a lot of citizens that approach me on this and saying for us to try to help them, and I've been getting a lot of feedback on it. The faster we get this done, and we're a good group. If there's a way that we can find a small business to make it work, we'll find it, and we're responsible here where we may be able to work something out for them.
Okay. And I remove after June, or after the election from my
Okay,
motion.
so at either the next meeting? Okay, very good. And thank you. Anyone else? I just had Okay, I was just thinking, we're going through all these RFPs, and the question, especially when I looked at the budget information, are we going out for engineering?
Yes, we will.
Okay, because.
So I'm coming, so you
Yeah.
have a whole bunch of contracts
Yeah,
that you need to go
mhm.
out for, and I'm bringing them back one by one. So what happened was the previous city
Wait a
manager.
minute, excuse me, Mr. Orozco, hang on just a second, because Dr.
What
Caldera
happened
can't.
was, in a lot of the contracts that were adopted prior to myself, there were like indefinite clauses in
Mhm.
a lot of them. So
Mhm.
I really don't have, technically I could live there and y'all probably wouldn't be none the wiser and I wouldn't have to bring back an RFP and torture you all. But I think it's important for us to take a look at some of those agreements and contracts. And so we're gonna bring forth, you'll see the health inspector come up.
Okay.
The building inspector come up. Melinda will go out for RFPs on engineering. So some of those items will definitely be coming to y'all in the future.
Yeah, because I think we've had Ordura for
Yes.
over 5 years.
Linda left already, so she's
Yeah.
already working on that RFP.
Okay, I
We've
was
already
just
got a draft.
curious.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Counselor Stevens.
Yes, so I would like to add something specifically for the next meeting, and I will gladly help with drafting this, but discussion and action on a resolution to authorize an increase in the residents' homestead exemption to 15%.
I'll second.
I don't think it can be done by resolution. I think it has to be done by ordinance, but I'll check with the city attorney.
Okay, so in that case, if we could do the first read, we can do it over email too, but if it's an ordinance, that's okay, we just need to do it.
You need two reads.
First read, yeah, first, so.
If it's an ordinance. Okay, so we have Chacha's, the homestead exemption by 15%, and we're going to look at these other contracts in the future.
Yes, I'm bringing them one by one. So you had
I
your-
just was curious
You
if that
had
one was
the
coming
towing
up.
one, well, that's coming back to you at the next meeting.
Yeah.
You had your insurance broker.
Hmm.
Your next one will be your health inspector and your building inspector, and then possibly our juror will be ready by that
Okay,
point.
all right. Anything else? Okay, if there's no objection, then we'll move to adjourn at 9:15 on April 18th, and I want to hope everyone has a nice fiesta, and I hope to see you on Saturday at the conference center. Good evening.
June 16th.
No, because they just brought them tonight. No, I saved them. So I'll use them tonight.
Increase.
Yes, ma'am. I mean,
I'll have to look and see if this is a resolution.
No, he's not even joking. He's like being serious. Hey,
he knows.
Do we book somebody for 4th of July?
yeah, we're gonna do spasmatics again.
What?
Oh, my friend asked me if we're doing Spasmatics.
Yeah.
And I go, no, we're going to try to find somebody different.
We tried Kevin Fowler, but he would not budge on his price.
How much was he doing? Spasmatics are 10.
Oh, yeah. Well,
And
They're fun anyways. People like them because you
People
know
like
all the
them.
songs. I actually went in Arizona last weekend. They had a music festival in my hometown.
Yeah.
And it was free, right? Like, so it had all these bands and everything. And Everclear was the headliner.
Oh, that would have been a good
And
one.
they're coming to.
No, they keeps playing, you're recorded the entire time until the.
They're actually coming to Oyster Bay for Fiesta, right? Like Everclear is one of the headliners there at the Oyster
See,
Bay.
that would have been a cool one.
The thing is, what? Sorry.
I just don't-
played-
that's a
but the thing
very
is,
specific genre.
I know, and they played they have 5 hits, right?
Yeah.
And then they have all those songs. But then they also played Brown Eyed Girl. They played some Nirvana covers and some other stuff that was
I wonder if
that's
you could
cool.
request a song.
That's what I was wondering if they could too. I don't know because it was.
But I'm sure we can't afford them.
I don't know. They were, well, I'm sure they was like a free. Yeah, so I thought of it when I was there. I was like,
We had to
the thing
book.
is, though, that guy's like 60 something. Like, and I was like, my brother and I, like, and yeah, like,
Well, somebody had said Green Day was doing their concerts too, and I was like, oh, that would be cool. Like, I mean, they have some huge garage.
no, I like them, but they seem like they would be.
But I don't know how. Yeah, I mean, I would. But Crystal put a call out. The problem is like meeting the middle balance. Like the mayor thought Spasmatics was too loud. So and we're trying. And so I said, just go ahead and do Spasmatics because the majority of council were okay with it.
Set up for having their, like, because I was this is more than we had last year. Not that our stage wasn't nice, right? This is all the light bars and stuff. Oh yeah, this is wonderful. Yeah, it was crazy because it wasn't even as big as our area in the park. You know, we have a big, this was like a street. They put it at the end of the street, and then you just had all these people packed in. Yeah.
I mean, it's all nostalgia. For a lot of people, it's
and that's why they played some songs like Nirvana.
Yeah. Well, and I was trying to Crystal, like, you gotta look at your demographic of like who's attending the Horde. Is it the jazz
because he knew all the songs. He's jumping all around, and they're like, somebody's grandpa.
You were here for that, Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah.
Mr. Bradshaw, you were here for that.
No ham.
No ham. He was here for the deferred compensation. Oh, thank you. He was here for the deferred compensation.
I call her here.
No, my sister gave it. My sister always sends me through with he was here for the deferred. Mr. Bradshaw. And she only had 4 eyes, and I said, we have a meeting on the 16th. And so now she's saying, oh, you're right. So I just, so I'm going to re-sign it on Thursday. So I just, anyway, you doing okay?
Yeah, good.
Great.
Oh, that's why. You were there the whole meeting. So I'm there for the whole meeting on the 16th. And then. Right there. Do I have to come to church? I'll be in here. I'm going to give you a talk. Which I told Mark. Oh, for my. That's the meeting. Yeah, we're going to have the mayor's going to be on. Yeah, that's what they were saying. They're both going to be on the actually, they'll get sworn in though. Then our council. We'll increase by 1 seat because you won't be here. But you and Ian will be. Yeah, we will be here just. And then you'll swear in. You'll swear in. Place one. Okay.
You did vote on it.
Well, I guess you'll have to swear in. Ray might be here, but he doesn't know. Yeah, there's some questions about people being.
Oh, that's what that was?
That was that.
Mayor,
So she's going to redo it.
Okay.
Ray made.
Oh, I thought it was before. I thought, because that was, I didn't realize that was the first conversation. I guess that was.
So you were here, so I just want to be sure that, yeah, I just going to redo it.
So they were saying, you were here. If it was 2 persons only, I said, they must be. The last day. Legally must do it. Because the last is November. You legally must do it by the 7th. If not, it's like you didn't have it. We don't want to do that. Yeah, you got another 2 years. Oh, no. Or 6 months. Then you have to have a, and it's. Yeah.
But we allow, and so.
I mean, I guess what you can do there is like, I can resign, and you can appoint your
He's only appointed, like, you just started, then you, well, if it's early in there, yeah.
Oh, it's after, before, after the year.
They appoint somebody and
That's awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate it. All righty. Okay, well, have a good evening.
Yeah, thanks. Same to you.
Okay, and see you Saturday. All righty. Bye, y'all. Saturday, don't forget.
Is this mine or yours?
That's yours.
Ray's probably not coming. We just have to go with Saturday early, so I gotta have some counsel.
I did hear
No,
about
no, I
it.
totally understand that. Actually, Nick and I heard about it.
No, they're not.
You got
They're not gonna report it.
They're not looking for that stuff.
No, I'm talking about
Is that actual film?
Oh, it's actually done. You know what? He forwarded it to me.
So they sent it to me too. But I don't know if they sent it to every, I would imagine they did. It's from
Yeah, we should, when you have the kid come, to give them a little thing, you should play a video. And then be like, you only got Thursday.
Yeah, but only if it's got its own.
Friday or Thursday? I'm going there. I don't think I can ask him if I need to sit down.
I mean, he only got Thursday. Can anything be done?
Hey, we can tell
The
them.
national,
Try
yeah.
So you're pretty sure that
We expect first place.
I don't know. I don't like to say it. All right, y'all, take care. Bye. Okay, let me get my stuff. Oh.
But normally the judge, if you come into, he doesn't like to like hammer down. Normally if you come into compliance in some form or fashion, the judge will decide.
His sister. Father who's got. I've actually seen, he's very respectful and helpful to his dad, but the sister. No, it's okay.
What it is about me, 6:30, this is for my husband because I have to wind
Oh,
it
for
up
tomorrow?
and send him, yeah. I think he had it at 6 on his
No,
calendar, but
no, it is
6:30 here,
6:30.
right? Here. Not at the conference center.
It's at the
I don't
conference
know.
center, right?
I have no idea. I have to go look at the posting.
It should be a conference center.
Conference center, let me look outside then, make sure, and okay, thank you.
Hold on, she's right there. Hold on.
Okay.
So anyways, I'm just, for y'all, actually, I don't want that.
Hey, here is conference series. Where's conference center at 6:30? Conference center at 6:30.
No guns allowed, man.
I'm sorry? Conference center at 6:30.
Oh, I'm so glad I asked, because he would have come here, I know it. Conference center, okay, excellent. Well, we survived. Yes, please.
So Thursday at 9:30.
9:30, yeah, because tomorrow's, I was thinking, well, maybe we do a conference call, but see, I don't know how long my son's doctor's appointment's gonna. I thought, no, let's just not stress and just be here at 9:30. All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
She missed your last meeting.
Huh?
Sorry.
David came running in there, and I forgot that she's not here. And
Oh, yeah, you were in, Ohio? Was it the shark? Wisconsin, where?
I was
Yeah.
in Wisconsin.
Okay.
Yeah, you made David a slacker.
And how are you doing? I thought you were, did you have pneumonia?
I had back surgery.
Oh, back surgery. No, Eric had pneumonia.
Eric had
Nobody
pneumonia.
but he still has it?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He's getting better.
But you don't have an assistant? Geez, I guess
Yeah,
he had
no,
one.
he's back.
Oh, he's back, okay. All right. That's all right. Left my purse in the car except for that little thing. All right. Good evening. See you on Thursday. Guess what? AR guns and I went back over to my
Just check it. It's been a problem in the past.
and then he tells me
Out of there before. Living in there. Yeah. You just chase an extension cord. But don't do it tonight.
long as it's nothing obvious.
Unusual guy, very different. I mean,
Everything around it.
so they must have gotten a complaint on. Yeah, everybody was out mowing. Went back to look.
I told him that fool yelled at.
Mayor, get something done here. And I said, look, I'm.
But it's not there.